What a great, what a great, what a what a great way to get our day. What a great way to get our day started here with this young man's May Angus heifer that does so many things right. The way she hooks up through her front end and carries back into a big rib and an awesome body and a great set of feet and legs. Even though she's just a single entry out here, I look forward to seeing her back in the Champion Angus lineup here in a little bit. a unique class of three Angus heifers here that I think there's some a little bit of discussion that you can have about these two up here at the front. I'm gonna go ahead and leave them as they stand, and just off the basis of the one that is up here in the front that the young lady has today, I think she just puts everything together and blends it all together in a little bit smoother package. She from the way she transitions back out of her shoulder in through her heart and her foreb and through her midsection of her body. I think she does that just a little bit better. And when you get in behind them, she has a little more true muscle and shape to her than maybe the heifer that lies in behind her. Now, if you want to say the one that comes in behind her looks to have a little more grow and maybe wants to tie a little higher out of the top side of her shoulder and up through her head and her neck, I won't argue that one bit. But to me today, I just think that the young lady's calf that we're going to lead with just does more things correct and is more appropriate and ready to go today. And that takes nothing away from the young lady that we have down here that's going to come in third. And I think she has a really nice heifer that's really fault free, and there's not a whole lot wrong with her. She just runs into two in front of her that have a few more of the extras today. What a what a what a really. Hey, is yours on? What a really nice class of Angus heifers we have here, and all the way down through the bottom here. And this young lady's doing a really, really nice job with her heifer that's wanting to be a little difficult today. But from about 3 steps in the ring, I think my mind was made up that the one that's going to win was going to win. And there's just a lot of good about this one. The way she ties up through her front end and she transitions back, and the way she moves so effortlessly about the ring. I think there's so much good about that one. It'll be fun to get her back out here in a little bit and compare to some of these other ones in the Angus lineup. And I think the discussion becomes down here. We get through 2 through 4, and I think the young man's heifer that we're going to have in second just did the most things correct amongst these next 3. Her structure was the best, her size was good, the way she blended everything together. She really matches the one that we used to win the class. I just don't think she maybe has some of the bells and whistles that the first one has. For me, the real decision was here between number 3 and number 4, and I think there's give and take amongst them. But today I'm just going to land on the one that has a shot more muscle and a shot more to her, and that's the young man's heifer that we have here in third. I'd like to push her back in her shoulder and make her reach out of her front end ever so slightly better, but past that, that's a really nice heifer that the young man has, and he should have a lot of fun with her throughout the year. And the young lady's heifer that we're going to end with, it's given her some difficulties and issues here. I really like this one, and I think she has a lot of good. She just didn't want to cooperate today, and there's a time she wants to get around the ring here and wants to get up in her back a little bit, but nonetheless, I think that's a really nice heifer that should do excellent the rest of the year. This young lady. This young lady brings us a senior yearling heifer here, and I think there's a lot of good to be said about him. And we feed a couple of these every year back around home or help families with them, and I know how difficult they can be, especially this time of the year. It's time to get them bred and managing them and keeping them fresh, but still keeping them big-bodied. And this young lady has done a great job of that, and I look forward to seeing this one back here in just a minute in your champion drive. What a great way to get our day started here with this division of Angus heifers, and I think there's 4 heifers out here that all represent a great deal of quality. And all the way from the young man's May heifer down through the young lady's senior yearling, I think there's a lot, a lot of very nice pieces here, and some of them put things together just a little bit smoother than others do, but. We'll go ahead and talk about each of them a little bit. And the young man, his May heifer up here out of the first class, is wanting to be a little difficult today, but I read a lot of good into her and a lot of future, and I love the way she ties through her front end and she comes back into a big rib cage, and everything just flows so well there. If we could pick her apart ever so slightly, I'd like to fill her in behind her shoulders and up through her upper rib shape and just pull her apart everywhere. I think that would do her a great deal of good, and time is probably to her favor, and it will come, I would imagine, with time. The young lady's heifer that comes here out of the second class came out of an interesting class because he had 2 completely different types and kinds here, and I personally landed on the one that I felt was more ready today, and maybe had a shot more foot and a shot more bone and just a shot more overall power to her. But an awesome heifer and a great class of them there. And then we come back to the third class, and I thought this heifer just daylighted her contemporaries in her class and was very, very good. And I think when we get her back out here, she stands a great deal of competition, and she's definitely one that I enjoy looking at, and I think should have a great year ahead of her. And the young lady's senior yearling that we talked about out of the last class, she's done a tremendous job of keeping her fresh and keeping her ready to go, and I'm sure they're getting ready to breed her here, or maybe they already have. But a heifer that should continue on and be wonderful. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to take 3 out of this breed. We're going to go ahead and use the young ladies out of the third class to be champion, the young man out of the first class to be reserve, and the young lady out of the second class will be our third one. very nice way to start our Charolais show here. And I think there's two really nice heifers, but I think one of them just is a lot of what we're looking for. It doesn't matter the breed of cattle. It doesn't matter uh, what age they are, what size they are. When they're built like this one is, you have to appreciate them and all the way it starts at the ground. And if you look at her front feet and the way she's set in and the back into her knee and up to her shoulder and the way she carries all that back and ties into an awesome body shape and a long square hip, and the way they have this young man's heifer put together today is awesome. And she's just fun to look at. And I look forward to seeing that one back here in a little bit. And that doesn't take anything away from the young man's heifer in second, because she's very, very high quality. She just runs into one today that is just really tough to turn. And keep it up, young man. Keep working with her. You're doing a great job showing her. Should have a lot of fun this year.
Well, good morning, and what a wonderful way to start the Angus show in the black ring. Really great structured animal, deep-bodied, bold rib. She's beautiful and balanced from the side, stout pin. She could definitely stand some more competition. Look forward to seeing her back out here in a little bit. You're on.
As we get into our second class of Charolais heifers here, only two of them, and I think they are about as polar opposite as you can get, and so you have to have some talks with yourself as to where you want to lay your priorities and what's important to you. I'm gonna go ahead and land on the young man's heifer that's back here, the greener heifer of the two, I would say, and I just think she blends more things together and she balances better than maybe the first heifer does. And when I say by that, I just mean the way she transitions back from her chest into her heart and her forehead and back into her belly. I'll understand and be the first person to admit she probably doesn't have as much center as the young lady's heifer does with the black shirt. But I think that she transitions everything better. She wants to be a little cleaner and a little smoother up about her front end. And the way she transitions back, I feel like she does everything just a little bit better. And she might stand on just a pinch bigger foot and bone than the young lady's second heifer. Take nothing away from the young lady's second heifers. I think she brings a lot of good. To me, she's just a pinch more mature. I'd like to clean her up underneath her chin ever so slightly. But nonetheless, a really nice heifer that just runs into one that's the polar opposite of her.
Over here on the black ring side, really logical place to start over here in the Angus show, and I think you could tell by the amount of time I took, the decision's really in 2 and 3. Look at the foot size on this female right here. Regardless of breed, I really appreciate it. Love the angles in her lower joints, long hip, great hind leg, big bodied, really nice balanced animal, one that we'd all be really proud to own, wins this class quite handily. Like I said, the decision for me becomes a decision between 2 and 3, and we can bring these two cattle out together and we can talk about them together. I think both of them are good in the way they use their hind leg. They both have some length of hip. They both have some depth of body. I think actually the heifer that's in third probably laid back in the angle of her shoulder a little bit better than the one right in front of her, and maybe more relaxed in her top line. I think the one that I'm going to use in second has a little bit more extras and some of those harder to make pieces. She's got a little bit more iron. She's got a little bit maybe dynamic look out up through her front end. But again, that's nothing to take away from the one that's here in third. Super practical animal. Like to have a bunch of both these kind of cattle. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
I wait a minute to talk this division because I want to let this young man get his heifer set up because I think she does a lot of good things and she's fun to look at and fun to talk about. And I think when you build them like this and you make them feminine through their front end and you break them open in behind their shoulders and up through their upper rib and all the way down and you put them on feet and legs that good and you present them like that, they're fun to look at and they're fun to stand out here and admire them because there's a lot of time and effort that goes into that. And the young man's to be commended. He does a great job showing her, and whoever he's got helping him get her put together, they knocked it out of the park too. So we're going to keep it pretty simple, and that young man's going to be champion. The young man out of Class 2 is going to be reserved.
Pretty good. Pretty good way to start over here in this class. Highly presented, high quality animal. Lots to like about her. I'm sure a lot of you around the ring can tell. She's pretty nice. We can talk about her more later. We can talk more about here. 2, 3, 4. There's some decisions to make. I think this heifer that comes in here in second, a young man, if you want to lead her around here and show her off to the crowd, because she's a very nice heifer. I think this one does a lot of good things, and to me, is the next best combination of width, power, and quality. Really nice hind leg. She's really stout. She's a high-performing heifer and truly impressive when you get in behind her. Relative to that one as the class winner, is she just is wild looking up through her front end? Is she just as clean right there in her throat latch and just has kind of some of those extras? No, but that is a very good animal and I think brings a lot of good things to the Angus breed. Has some pieces we can breed on. The ones here in 3 and 4 I think have some trade-offs. Sure, we'd like to correct both of them the way they use her hind leg just a little bit, but they're both good-looking cattle. They both have deep body. This one's just a little bit stouter, a little bit prettier up front. This one here that rounds out the class, she's attractive. She's stout. She's deep-bodied again. Just maybe like to give her a little more iron, a little more foot, but dang sure a good heifer that with some more feed and some time, I think maybe can move up a spot or two.
A single entry here to get our Charolais Composite show started, and one that's probably not quite ready to be in show rig just yet, but I think when you look at just how she's built and her feet and her bones and the way she ties up through her front end and puts her ears up on her head and comes back through her body, like I think there's so much good about her. She's just green, and there's nothing wrong with being green, and I think there's a bright future ahead of her, and we'll look forward to seeing her back here in just a little bit.
Really nice single entry over here in the black ring. Deep bodied, long, smooth in her muscle pattern. She ties her neck high on the top side of her shoulder. Just really good brood cow looking prospect right here that I think be really nice matron here in production. We'll look forward to seeing her back out here too.
nice glass of Charolais Composite heifers we have here, and we're going to go ahead and leave them as they stand, and I think it's a pretty logical place, a logical order for them. And the young lady's wild-colored one that we're going to start with, I like a lot about her, and I think she's a you can go a lot of different ways with her, and I guess when I look at her, I wonder what kind of a steer she could possibly raise one day, because she's so stout and big-legged, and she has so much body to her, and she just puts a lot of nice things together. I'd like to push her shoulder into her, and I'd like to refine her in her head shape ever so slightly, but that's not to take anything away from one I think is really, really nice. And as we move down in here to the one that the young lady has in second, that's marked very similar to the one that's in first, same thing. I like a lot about her. She just becomes in a little coarser package to me. She has a pinch more shoulder. She wants to get a little more round out of her hip, and if you could, put those things together, lengthen her hip and push her shoulder into her, I think the discussion becomes a little closer. But today I think this is a pretty logical placing for this class, and we're going to round out the class with the young lady's brown brockle face one here, and she's doing a great job showing her, and you can tell she spent some time with her, and a good heifer that is built correct, and there's a lot to be admired about her. She just needs more days on feed here to be more competitive in this class.
Over here on the black ring side, a really nice lineup of cattle here to start the day, and we didn't really talk many of these class winners in depth, because I think all three of these class winners, if my memory serves me correct, won their classes rather handily. So let's break them down a little bit. I can tell you the differences that I see in them, and then we'll go kick you a champion reserve. I'd like to first say that all three of these cattle, I think, are more than acceptable, and maybe even you would say desirable in the shape of their body. They're deep, they're bold. I think all of them have a very high quality use to their hip and hind leg. Maybe a little bit of differences in front end structure, and generally speaking though, I consider all three of these cattle sound structured. They're deep body, and I expect them to go out into production, whatever environment that may be, and survive and thrive. The heifer out of the first class, I really appreciate her balance in this look right here from the side. I like how deep she is, but she's also good in her chest. She's got some pin width, she's got some power, but not in an overly excessive type way. Now, does she have the foot size and the bone size of the heifer right behind her? No. Is she as dynamic up through her front end as the heifer that wins the third class? No, but that is a very good animal, and I would say one that I would say is very complete and doesn't have any major holes in her, and certainly one that I would expect to get better and better in time. The one here out of the second class, we talked about how we just really like how big pod she is. She's got big old sticks on her, and she too is stout, but maybe that comes at a little bit of expense of her femininity up through her front end. When we compare her to cattle on either side of her, is she the rounder shouldered one? Yes. Is she a little coarser about her head? Yes. But still one that I think is a power cow and brings a lot of good things to the Angus breed, and I think there's a lot of cattle out there. I mean, I'm no Angus aficionado, but I would imagine that there's a lot of Angus bulls out there that you could use on this and still get some really high quality cattle. Really like her foot, really like her bone size. I think the heifer that wins our third class can be summed up like, if you were to use like a one word or give her a moniker, I think of this lineup, she's the one I would call kind of elegant. Very high quality. Is she the biggest footed, biggest bone one? No, we talked about that. The one in front of her is. But I would say this is the one with the most quality. She's deep bodied. She's actually kind of deceivingly stout. When we ran these back out here. I thought maybe that she would get out horsed by some of these ones in front of her. That's not the case. I would arguably say that she's the widest pinned, biggest hip one. And then when we get her head up like that and we watch her motor around the ring, you really love the way she looks. Heifer that wins her 4th class, we talked about her just not too long ago. Deep bodied, she's practical, just good kind of livestock that we'd all like to have a bunch of. I'm going to go out here and pick your champion reserve. Let's give these kids a round of applause for a job well done.
Goes to Gage Anderson. Now ready for our Charolais heifers. Judge.
Here in our Charolais Composite show, I think there's 2 heifers out here, and I guess I think this decision is probably pretty close in my mind, and I think they're polar opposites, and so we'll talk about them and just tell you how I see them. And the young lady's heifer that wins the 1st class is definitely the greener heifer of the pair, and she should be because of her age. But I think she exemplifies a lot that's really, really nice, and she looks, to me, my opinion, she's probably a pinch more feminine. And she probably blends everything together a little smoother. Now, obviously, her weight and her maturity comes at a disadvantage to the heifer that stands directly in behind her. What I appreciate so much about the young lady's first heifer is how she ties her front end together and she pushes it all up, and she has such an elegant head, and the way she ties everything there and blends it back into her shoulder. I think she's a little smoother shoulder, and I think she transitions a little better back into her body cavity than the heifer that stands directly in behind her. The heifer that stands directly in behind her, I think she does a lot of good things, and if you want one that is going to continue the year and go down the road and make you a phenomenal cow, then this is where you need to land. And I think there's a lot of good to be said about her, and I love this heifer, especially when you get in behind her and you see how much muscle and shape and power she has. I think that's awesome. So for me, you have to decide. Are you gonna land on the one with the? Are you gonna bet on the one with the future, or are you gonna tie into the one that's more ready to go today? And I think for me today, I'm gonna have to stick with the young lady's orange and cream and white one for champion. We're gonna use the young lady's white one for reserve.
over here in the black ring. Pretty nice Charolais heifers, and one that, young man, if you want to bring your heifer around here and show her off, one that wins quite handily in my opinion. Beautifully presented heifer. Every time I see one of these Charolais type heifers presented like this, it reminds me of the last time I fit Charolais 10 years ago, and there's a reason I haven't done it in 10 years, is because no one wants to see me do that. But beyond the presentation, deep-bodied, high neck, good structured, just a really quality animal. Young man's doing a great job getting her stuck out here. And the same can be said for the one here in second. Getting her shown right, long-bodied, up-headed, long-hip heifer. Just kind of runs out of the extras relative to the one right in front of her, but certainly one that we appreciate for a lot of things.
These two young men bring us two really nice heifers here and to get our key show started. And I think there's a lot to talk about between the two of them. And I'm going to go ahead and land on the young man's black heifer up front here. And I just think she does so many things good. And it starts at the ground. And I think that's honestly what sorts this pair. And if you, the way she's designed through her back leg and up through her hock and the way she gets out and travels about the ring, I think there's a lot of good there. And I really like that. Obviously, there's a distinct advantage that the young man's black and white heifer has in terms of body shape and in maturity and weights pounds today, but I think that doesn't take it. I don't think that is enough to change the outcome of this. And I like so much about the young man's black heifer and the way she ties up through her front end and like that look that she gives you right there. Absolutely, she needs to come with some more body, and that will hopefully come with time. But I think there's so much good about this heifer, and look forward to seeing her back out here for Champion Key in a little bit. Transition back to the young man's black and white heifer, and I like this heifer a lot. I think my problem with her lies is just I'd like to relax her in her pasture and get out and allow her to move about the ring with a little bit more ease. But she's presented absolutely impeccably, and I appreciate looking at that, as I commented on a couple of times yesterday. But if we could just lengthen her hip, reach her stride, settle her pasture, and just ever so slightly, I think it makes this pair a lot closer. But today we're going to land on the young man's black heifer.
here in the Charolais show on the black ring side. I think a pair of cattle that have trade-offs, and I think if you wanted to switch them back and forth and you have your own personal preference, that's fine. And I think you could maybe run these cattle back at me or Isaiah tomorrow, and maybe we like them different. I'm not really sure, but point is I'm going to leave them how they stand. Young man on my right is going to be your class runner. This one will be second. I'll tell you what I see in the cattle. I think they're both similar in terms of power. I think they're both similar in terms of flexibility and structural integrity. I think where it separates this pair for me is the one here on my right just kind of comes together in just a little bit tidier package. She's a little flatter about her shoulder. She's a little smoother from her shoulder to her forerib. And I think she ties a longer neck higher out of the top side of her shoulder, and she's a little cleaner there, right there in her throat latch. Now, if she is just big, bold, and awesome, and her center body is the one right in here behind her, no, she's not. And that's where this one here that's going to be in second excels. Her center body mass is incredible. I love how long and smooth she is in her muscle pattern. She's very long hipped. She might even be a little bit better hipped than the one right here in front of her, just a touch higher in her pin set. But I think at the same time she gets a little bit further at the ground, and when we ask her to move, she just wants to separate in her shoulder just a little bit and look a little coarser up there. But these are two really nice heifers. We're splitting hairs, and like I said, you want to do it the other way, that's cool with me. The Charolais show is a little lean on numbers, but the quality's been high. Two really nice heifers out here. Both of them are long and smooth in their muscle pattern. Both of them tie their necks high. Both of them are sound structured. But to me, there's one that just has more of everything, and that's going to be this heifer here. She's going to be your champion. We'll bring the second place in, and then we'll pick a reserve.
is frickin' win.
Another nice heifer comes in here for contention. She's long bodied. She's got some performance. She too's high necked, and a really quality animal. Comes down to preferences. Young man in my blue shirt on the right, he's going to be your reserve.
We got the biggest class we've probably had here in the last 2 days out here right now, and I guess for me there was absolutely zero discussion when they walked in the ring, and it wasn't 2 steps, it wasn't 3 steps, it was 1 step, and this young man wins, and he wins pretty easy. To make him this busted open, to make him this right up front, to make him this attractive, bold-bodied, big-legged, and sound, I don't know what more you could ask for one. That one's pretty special in my opinion. The discussion for me comes between 2 and 3, and I think what decided it for me was the 3/4 angle from behind of him, and the young lady's heifer in second just wants to push her shoulder into her body ever so slightly and wants to transition back into a smoother package than the young man's baldy in third. The young man's baldy in third is striking, and she'll give you a look sometimes when she pulls her ears forward and she picks her head up, and she has a look that's to die for, and right there, that look of her is awesome. But she wants to come on a little more refined bone. She wants to have a pinch more shoulder, and she wants to set her tail head up in her ever so slightly more than the one that comes out in second. But those are 3 really, really nice heifers. The young man that comes out in fourth, I had him down there a little ways, and she just kept working herself up because I think there's a lot of good about her, and I'd like to see her better in her loin. I'd like to see her tail head pushed down in her, but she's got big feet, she's got big legs, she gets around the ring and moves incredibly well, and I think that'll be an awesome cow prospect for the young man. Here in 5th and 6th, there's 2 heifers that are very, very similar in their kind, and you can look right here and see that. They're attractive fronted, they're long fronted, they've got nice feet and legs. This one just has a shot more body than the one that wants to come right in here behind her, but not to take anything away from either of them. Those are 2 really nice heifers. And the 2 that we're going to round out the class with, I think, are 2 heifers that have a great deal ahead of them. The young lady's heifer that isn't clipped very much today is an awesome project and just needs more time on feed to expand her rib, but a really nice heifer the young lady has. And the young man that's going to round out just gets a little terminal for my liking, just gets a little course through her head and down through her chest and out through her tail head. Has an extra shot of navel, but she's awesome bodied, she's sound structured. She should make a great project for him the rest of the year.
Results of class. Results of class 10 of the red ring. First place going to Braxton Donchetti from Dunlap, Iowa. Second to Annabelle from Shickley. Third, Brent Kraus from Belgrade. Fourth, Baron Stroke from O'Neill. Fifth, Tyler Torres from Milford. Sixth, Josie Johnson from Bratton. Seventh, Jamie Wolfinger from Lexington. Eighth, going to Leighton Held. We'll be selecting our champion, reserve champion, key heifer in the red ring. And then
Very, very high quality single entry here in the black ring. And one, I think maybe my favorite thing about this heifer is I still read her very lean and green in her condition, but she's built good. She's still got a nice swoop to her underline. So I think here she's going to be a lot better as she continues to mature and has more days on feed. High neck, bold bodied. She's stout. She's got a good hind leg. Look forward to seeing more of her back here in a little bit, but good heifer.
This division's been a lot of fun, all the way from the little man down here that's getting his heifer show and doing a really nice job at it, and he did a great job in class, and he continues to as we get back out here. But I think it's pretty self-explanatory when we get him back out here what we're going to do, and I think the young man's heifer out of the second class just exemplifies so many good things, and this look of her right here is awesome, but every look at her, it doesn't matter where you're standing, where you're looking, and what angle it is, she's fun, and she's good to look at. Everything just blends so smoothly and so correctly. And then we come back here and for our selection for reserve, we're going to bring the young lady's heifer out of the second class, and she's going to be our reserve too. And I think she just does a lot of the similar things that the heifer that beats her does, maybe just not in a wowie and a tricked out of a package, but two really nice key heifers here to be champion and reserve. So young man, you're going to be champion, you're going to be reserve.
On the black side, Charolais Composite show. We're going to leave these cattle the way they stand. I think they line up somewhat logically that way. The heifer that wins this class, she just has the most of the best. You know, she's got a lot of these class-leading advantages. She's big body, she's stout, good looking. Now, is her hind leg 100% perfect? Probably not. And do the ones right behind her fix it a little bit, ever so slightly? Sure, and I think that's where these ones here in 2 and 3 have an advantage over our class winner. It might be slightly more flexible. The one here in 2, she too's big-bodied. She's deep. She's got some power. Heck, they're marked about the same. You kind of wonder how closely related they are, but she just kind of gives up some of that look up through her front end. She's just a touch shorter neck, maybe a little frailer at the ground relative to our class winner, but a good one nonetheless. Long-bodied heifer. With some performance and a really attractive hind leg here that rounds out the class. She too has some look up front, just kind of runs out of some gas relative to those ones in front of her, but certainly one that has some quality and some body depth and balance. in the black ring, we're going to discuss this pair of cattle. And these cattle, I haven't decided what we're going to do with them. They will be your champion reserve Charolais Composites, but we'll talk through them, and I do think it's close. And I think we have two cattle that are wildly different in their types and kinds and attributes, and both of them have quality, and both of them have good things that they bring to the table. Heifer here on my right, I would say of the two, she is more functional in her lower skeleton. She's more flexible in her hock. I think she's got more set at the ground, laid back further in her shoulder and knee. I think she's really green still. I think pin width is comparable between the two of them. I think the one behind her probably has a little more punch down there in her lower quarter, but for how skinny this one is, her center body's still pretty good, and she's got some power, even though maybe she weighs a little more. I still think she is the greener of the two. Now, where I want to get picky on this one and compare her back to the one behind her, is she a little longer from the top of her shoulder to her chest than the one behind her? And maybe does that throw off her balance just a little bit? Yeah, I'd buy that. If she get up in her loin just a little bit and drop her pins as she goes, and then sometimes when she's on the stand, if we don't get her back down, does she look a little funny there? Yeah, I'd buy that too. But a very good heifer that definitely has advantages between the two in this lineup. The gold skunk tail heifer, highly presented, big, deep, bold rib cage in her. She's stout, but still long in her muscle pattern. Like I said, she's got like a juicier lower quarter. I don't know if that's anything that's cool amongst other breeding cattle people. I raise show steers, so to see one with like a lower quarter like that and some punch, but not like in a short, coarse, bunchy muscle type of way, kind of fires me up. Now with that, are we getting just a little bit coarser and shorter about her face? Sure. She looks a little crestier at the top of her neck, but I think when I got up on closer, there's still a good slug of hair up there. I think we could take her out in the back and get the clippers out and just let the dogs eat a little bit and burn that down. I think we would like the way that the top of her neck looks. She's good in her chest. She's pretty good up here in her throat. Where I'd like to fix her, and we said a little bit in class, I'd like to make her a little bit bigger footed. I'd like to make her a little longer passer and give her a little more comfort down low. Is she bad structured by any means? No. But is she as flexible and functional in the way she uses her hind leg as the one right in front of her? No. Is she acceptable? I think so. I'm going to have one more look at them. I'll show you which way I like them. And of course, if you disagree with me, that's fine. It's a free country.
A really nice class of Hereford heifers here, and I think a really logical place to start with these young ladies. Dark heifer up here at the front, and I think she just does the most things correct out here in the ring. And when you look at her from this angle right here, she paints a really pretty picture. And though she's so elegant about her head and the way she ties everything together up through her front end, and she's square and she's correct. She's in good condition today, and she's presented absolutely awesome for a Hereford. The discussion for me comes down here between 2 and 3, and I think there's a lot of give and take. And I'm honestly going to bet on the young man's greener heifer of the two that's not put together. And I love the way she's tucked up in her chest. I love how elegant and how high she ties her front end and how she brings it all together. And to me, her top line and the way she sets her tail head down into her is just a little smoother than the young man's heifer in third. The young man's heifer that comes out in third, she does a lot of really nice things, and this look of her right here is awesome. To me, she just gets a little heavier conditioned right underneath her chin. She doesn't want to be quite as busted open up across her back and her upper rib cage. She wants to be a little hollowed out today, but a really nice project for this young man. And you can switch that pair, and you're not going to be wrong. But I do think we have to use the one to win that we do. The young lady that brings the heifer out here that we're going to round out the class with, she's been out here a couple times today, and she's doing a great job, and you can obviously tell she's spent a lot of time with her calves, and she's got a really nice project here. She's sound, she's functional, she's put together the way one needs to be, and she has a lot of look. She just needs more time on feed, but it should be a great project for this young lady.
over here in the black ring. An animal that is striking to look at and also has a super striking color pattern. I mean, these little kind of pinto paint horse looking type deals are always somewhat intriguing to me. I'm always interested in cattle that do hard to make things. She is so big body, she's so bold rib and powerful when you get in over her top and behind her. Yes, she's good chested, high and long neck. Both these young men are doing an exceptional job getting them stuck out here. Now, we want to get critical on her, and we want to talk about where the heifer that's in second does things that are better than our class winner. We look at the ground. Heifer in second, she's bigger footed. I like the angle to her pastern, and she's probably a little more functional in the use of her hock. What I mean by that, I think she flexes a little better, although it's maybe not more attractive. It's definitely a little bit more flexible. She's long hip, she's good looking, she gives up a little bit of punch, a little bit of body depth, and just kind of overall pizzazz. But those are two very, very nice heifers that both these young men should be very happy to have.
A really nice class of Hereford heifers here in the second class, and 3 heifers that are all very, very nice in their own right. And I think the longer that they're out here, the decision for me becomes easier. And the young lady that we're going to start with, I think her heifer just does more correct in terms of her structure and her structure integrity, and the way she wants to set back in her shoulder, and she wants to use her front leg, and she wants to reach out of her front end, and the way her passion on her hind legs is she stands down on a more correct and a more comfortable passion as she gets about the ring, and this look of her right here is really, really nice. Now I'll be the first person to admit she's not the longest necked one in the world, but that's okay. Like I think that's completely okay, and I think she does too much good in terms to beat her just because she's not the most elegant and lifted out through her front end. Now, if you want to talk about the one that ties the highest out of her front end, it's the young man's heifer that we're going to use in second, the dark heifer. But to me, her problems lie in her shoulder and down through her front leg, and especially when you watch her coming at you, she really wants to paddle off of her front end, and she doesn't want to just get out and reach with comfort her knees. But from there back, big-bodied, big muscle, nice hind leg, a really nice heifer that young man has, and just needs to get out and go out of her front end better. Now, the young lady's heifer that we're going to round out the class with is an awesome heifer. Her structure is great. Everything about her design is really, really nice. She just needs more days on feed. She needs more time. She needs more pounds to be competitive with these two ahead of her, but nonetheless, a really, really nice heifer with a bright future ahead of her. Talk about this heifer that's going to finish up our Hereford show, and this young lady told me her heifer's name is Lacey, and I think Lacey's really nice and can withstand a lot of competition. And you just look at how well she's put together and how elegant she is and attractive. And maybe today she doesn't come with the fancy clip job or the fancy fit job that maybe some of the others have. But when you just break them down for what they are, and you look at her in the way she stands on big feet, and she comes up in her correct angles in through her legs, and everything transitions and balances like it should, I think that's a really, really nice heifer with a bright future ahead of her. Look forward to seeing her back out here in just a minute. we'll talk this division of Herefords before Ferris gets on with that big class of key heifers. But I think in my mind it comes down to these two out of this first class. And not to take anything away from the young lady in the red shirt, because I think her heifer is really, really nice and has a bright future ahead of her. But we'll talk about these two, and you can just see understand my thoughts on them and where I'm coming from. We'll start with the young lady in the black shirt out of the first class, and the longer that heifer's out here, the more she grows on me. And I'm a sucker for one that looks nice, and I'm a sucker for one that has an attractive look. And her the way she blends everything together from her chin all the way down into her chest and through her front end is, in my opinion, it's more attractive than maybe the heifer that we have here in second. Another distinct advantage, I think, is when you get in directly in behind him and you look down him. The one that comes out of the first class is way more busted open in behind her shoulders and down her back. Now, that correlates all the way back to her muscle. She's got bigger muscle and she's longer hip than the heifer that comes out of the second class. Now, the heifer that comes out of the second class has a much more attractive sweep to her belly, arguably has a more attractive hind leg, and especially the way she uses her hock. And I think so you have to decide, in my opinion, is the heifer out of the first class, is her hock good enough in the way she plants or the way she drives her hock and she uses it? Is it good enough to justify beating the one out of the second class? And so there's some give and there's some take. My personal opinion today, the way she gets out and she moves about the ring, we're going to use the young lady out of the first class to be champion. We're going to use the young lady out of the second class to be reserve.
Well, over here in the black ring, I said something like this yesterday. If you were here for the steer show, but it's situations like this and classes like this that are probably the best and the worst part of this job. The best makes the best part is you get to look at quality livestock. You get to see young people like this out here working, doing their thing. You can tell that many of these folks in this class have worked hard on their cattle, but it's always fun to see people excel and do their best at whatever it is that they've been called to do, regardless of industry, but especially the one that we participate. I took a little extra time out here. I think there's distinct differences in these two. There's a lot of differences to talk, and I think they're both high quality. And the bad part, got off track there for a minute, the bad part of this is only one of these can win, right? And that's the not fun part about this job. So we're gonna to eliminate the suspense. I'm gonna leave them the way they stand right here, and I'm gonna talk these differences. But I think it's really close, regardless of what maybe some of you guys may or may not think on the sideline. I struggle with this decision. The heifer that wins this class is very, very striking looking. She's very captivating. She's got a super fresh hair coat, incredible presentation. She's high neck. She marches in the ring. She's really bold. She's really stout. She's just zippered in. I mean, just zeroed in the way she's presented. Good looking heifer. She's stout. I think she's bolder bodied, and she's probably a nickel stouter in her hip and in her muscle shape when you get in behind her. And I know maybe we aren't supposed to be talking muscle in cattle. I have no idea. But I think she's a little more shapely in her muscle, but she still does it in a long, smooth package. Now, I wish her foot shape was different. I wish it was more what I consider to be ideal, which is the one right in behind her. I wish her feet were bigger, and maybe every now and again she wants to duck her pins just a little bit, get a little shorter hip, but these folks in the back have done such a good job in the way they got that tail head fit in there. It's a little hard to see for me, and maybe I'm just imagining things, who knows, but to me, that's where the one right in here behind her excels. The one right in here behind her has big old fat feet on, and I love that. Big bones. I think she's longer hipped. I think she's maybe more attractive in the way she uses her hind leg. She's deep bodied, and I think she has an ample amount of stoutness. The reason I got her second is right here in like her front shoulder and her chest. She wants to get just a little plainer there. She wants to get a little plainer on the top side of her neck. Now, it's 30, 60, 90 days, maybe this summer sometimes. I know they make a lot of feed supplements to kind of burn some of that off just a little bit and freshen all that up. I'm not smart enough to tell you which one you're supposed to use, but could one like this beat the one right in front of her in a different point in time and a different day? Absolutely. I don't see why not. I think it's close today. I think these are two very, very good cattle. To me, I went with maybe a little more of a dynamic look, maybe a little bit fresher, if you will, but I think it's close. If you want to swap them, go ahead. I'd be proud to haul either of those to the fair. Congratulations, those young two. Now, this 103, this is no slouch. This is a very, very good heifer, and it's a shame I got to put her third. Kind of like the one right in front of her. Big old feet on her, real sound legs, real long, smooth in her muscle pattern. She's balanced from the side. Now, does she have all the pizzazz and extras of those ones right in front of her today? No. But again, I think here 30, 60, 90 days, 120 days, maybe we shuck some of his hair out. That's a very, very good animal with some time. Don't be surprised if she sneaks up on you and whips you. Be paying attention to that one right there. Baldy Fever that comes for, man, I love her for this look right here. High-necked, big-bodied, bold ribs, stout when you get in behind her. Very elegant, put together in a very tidy package. For me, need to correct her in the way she uses her rear leg. It's not bad. It's not as good as the ones right in front of her. Good heifer. I think will be competitive for some time. Next three heifers, I think, are a little bit similar in some takes. In some instances, I think we need to just touch them up a little bit in terms of structure. This is the highest quality one of the remaining four, I think. When we stand her right here, she's balanced, she's good looking, she's high neck, she's got some rib shape. I think her angles are slightly better than the ones right behind her, but like I said, still like to correct them. Very good heifer, don't give up on that one. I like her quite a bit. Burly one comes next. Bold, deep-bodied, she's stout, she's got big sticks under her. I like to just trim her up in her front a little bit compared to those two right in front of her, maybe the one right behind her. But that looks like the kind to lay down and have you a nice calf one day. Keep working on that one. Long-bodied, high-performing heifer that comes next. Long-necked, really clean and attractive through her chest and her throat latch. She too's long hip. Just needs a little more extras to get up with some of them ones above her, but very good heifer. Very, very good. I mean, these are all really nice. Another long-bodied one that's high-neck, good-looking, that rounds out the class. She's got some bone. Just needs some more feed probably, more body shape, but I think all the things that I want to change about this one are fixable with the feed bucket. So congrats to these young people. Very, very high-quality group of cattle.
While Ferris was talking about his big classic keys over there, Berkeley and I had some time to talk here about Lulu or Mini Hereford, and I'm not going to say I know anything about minis or what they're supposed to look like, but I do think this one's pretty nice, and she does an excellent job getting her showed. You can tell they spent a lot of time together and working on it and to come here today, and so props to this young lady for coming out here and showing her calf and getting a start on her showing career, and expect to see big things from this young lady on down the road, as she obviously is very comfortable and does a great job with her calf.
champion key drive. Got a couple of young folks doing a great job getting them stuck, and a pair of really high quality heifers. Really like the one out of the first class. I think this one makes a heck of a cow, and she has a lot of the attributes of things that I like in the cattle back home when we're keeping them and trying to make show series. She's good looking, she's high neck, she's stout, she's got a good rib cage in her, she's powerful from behind. Now, like we said in class, maybe could correct her hind leg just ever so slightly. I think it's good, but the one right in here behind her and the one that was second to this one have very, very good hind legs. This one's, like we said, very striking from side, very good looking, high quality, highly presented. She's going to be your champion key. We're going to wheel the second in here, and we'll have a look for a reserve. But congratulations. Let's give these folks a round of applause. As we wheel our second place calf out of Class 2 in here, and we talked how close that was. I love the foot and bone and the structure on this one. I like her foot size. I like her foot shape, and really from her shoulder back, we really appreciate so much about this animal. I got to keep these two together. She's going to be reserved. Congratulations, everyone.
This young man brings us a single injury here in our Lim-Flex show. I'm not sure what these are, but I really like this heifer, and she brings a lot of good to the table, and it starts at the ground, and she's got some awesome feet on her, big feet. She's got big legs that go with them as she gets out the ring. She gets around the ring, and she's one that I have not witnessed her miss a step in this ring, and I like that. I like that a lot. I'd like to bust her open a little bit through her midsection and just make her come with some more rib and some more shape. But past that, that's a really nice heifer that the young man's brought, and I think she could withstand a great deal of competition. Really nice single entry here to start our high main show, and a heifer that can withstand a lot of competition, and it doesn't matter what angle you look at her, whether it's here from the side or from the front end. I think she does a lot of things, and she does a lot of things right, and I love this look at her right here. She's so feminine about her head and her neck and the way her shoulder's tucked in, and she transitions back, and she's square, and she's correct, and her rib cage is correct all the way back through her flank, and she stands on good feet and legs, and her tail head's tucked down, and I really like this calf. I think she can be ultra competitive here, and it'll be fun to get her back out here in the main division in just a minute and look at her against some other ones. Another another single entry here in our high main show, and another one that can withstand a great deal of competition. And I think she does a lot of things correct, and she make an awesome cow for this young lady. And you look at her especially from behind, and she's wide pinned, and she's pulled apart, and she's cracked open, and she transitions that into an awesome body. And if you want to get nitpicky on her, she's probably got a pinch of shoulder just for my personal liking, but she ties it all together in an attractive package. And another one that'll be fun to get back out here for Champion Main in just a few minutes.
Good place to start on a Hereford show, and one that wins this class quite logically. Yeah, she's a little stubborn, but the quality's good. Big-bodied, sound structured. Talk about her a little more here a little later when there's out here in the Champion Drive where we have some more stock to talk. A little more sort here, 2 through 4. I like this heifer here in second. I think this one's got a lot of quality. I think that with a feed bucket here in 30 or 60 days, this thing's pretty nice. I think of the remaining 3, laid back in her shoulder and knee, really nice hind leg, stout, up-headed. I think relative to the one right behind her, she's better in her chest and more attractive about her head. Is she as big-bodied as the one right behind her? No, but she's skinny. We can fix those types of things. They make Ultra Full and Power Fuel and all these other types of things to feed them. We can do that. Big-bodied heifer comes next. She's got a good hind leg, too. Probably gives up a little bit of power relative to that one right in front of her. And like we said, a little plainer about her jaw, a little longer shouldered and deeper chested, but really good broody type heifer. If you want to flop those two, I'm not going to argue with you. They're both nice heifers. Be happy to have both of them. I'd say this heifer here that rounds out the class relative to the one right in front of her definitely has some advantages. She's long neck. She's ties her neck high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's probably better chested. Just gives up a little bit of flesh, a little bit of body shape, but kind of like some of these other ones we've talked about. I think we can fix those things with a feed bucket. Good heifer. I'd be interested to see what she looks like here in a couple months. A little more yellow number 2.
As we get out here to pick champion high main, we have 3 heifers in 3 different classes, so we'll talk about the young man's black and white one here as at the end. And I think all 3 of these deserve a great deal of discussion because 3 very, very nice high mains that we have here. And we'll go back to the young man's heifer out of the first class, and I think this heifer does a lot of things good, and she's so attractive and she's so well built and well put together, and everything kind of flows and you know it all blends so smoothly. If I want to get real critical of her and get real picky, I'd like to clean her up just underneath her chin and maybe change her head shape ever so slightly. She just gets a little more masculine in terms of that. But past that, that one's really, really nice with a bright future ahead of her. We come back here to the young lady's heifer out of the second class, and I think of the 3, she's the stoutest built, but with that also comes the most shoulder. With that also comes the being the most cracked open and busted apart as well. All things that I think are good, but in terms of a breeding heifer, I just like to push her shoulder into her ever so slightly and change her right into her heart and her forward just from this look right here. She just gets a little concave. The young man's heifer, the young man's black and white heifer out of the last class, this look of her right here is so striking and so enamoring. I love this one through her front end. I love how elegant she is about her head. When she tears her ears and throws them forward like that, it's awesome. Like, it's fun to look at. When you move back from there, I'd like to lengthen her out of her hip ever so slightly. And I question sometimes out here, like, what does her back look like? But when I got up on top of her and looked really close, I think that a lot of that can be changed if you just go back there and take the middle part of her back down and just clip it down out of her a little tighter. Past that, I think that's a really nice calf with a bright future ahead of her. And of the 3, she's honestly probably the greenest and the rawest. And I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think that's one with a great deal of future ahead of her. So we'll set this mic down and we'll go pick you a champion in reserve in this division. But congrats to these 3 exhibitors on 3 really nice calves.
Beautifully presented show beef here on the Hereford side, and I had some Herefords when I was a kid, and they dang sure teach you how to blow the hair in the right direction and not get wild with it. So I know that to get one's hair looking like that took a lot of work. Appreciate that. But beyond that, that's a good heifer. They're all good heifers, but I really like this one. And I think she wins for me because she comes together in just a little tidier package. I think both these first and second place heifers could be laid back a little bit in the angle of her shoulder. I think they could maybe be just a hair more flexible in their rear leg, and we're nitpicking. But I think this heifer does so in a more attractive package. She stays more collected in her top line when she goes. I think she stays better in her hip when we get her parked. She's high neck, she's good looking, just kind of smoother. And I think when you get in right behind her, she's stouter in her pin set. Good heifer, and happy to have her as a class winner. Now, it's nothing to take away from this broody, deep cherry red heifer that's going to come in second. She, too, is stout, and she's probably maybe got a little more punch down there in her lower britches. But like we said, maybe just wants to separate just a little bit. This look right here, we want to get up in our loin just a touch, get a little plane in her chest, but certainly one that looks like she'll be a power cow when we turn her out into production for this young man. Nice heifer that comes in the third. She's high-necked. She's got some look. She's got some balance. I'd almost say that she has the most attractive and functional use to her hind leg of the 3 in this class. I like her shoulder angle quite a bit. Like we said with some of these other ones earlier in other classes, really be interested to see what this looks like. This one looks like here in about 3 months with a little more feed, a little more time. I think it's a very nice heifer to be third. Very attractive single entry over here in the black ring. Good looking heifer. She's got a lot of eye appeal, a lot of balance. She's got a nice hind leg and a bold body shape. Young lady's doing a great job getting her stuck out here. We look forward to seeing her back out here in the champion drive.
So I guess there was a slight mess up in the show order, or the way things were. So this is going to be the main Angus division, and they tell me that none of them are going to be fit because they had them in the AOBs, but they're gonna show them now. So we're gonna look at them for what they are. And honestly, I think this pair of them sorts itself pretty easy. And this young lady that we're going to start with, this calf can withstand a lot of competition. And just the way she's put together and the way she's built, I really, really like. And she's so attractive through her front end, and she's so high-tined and long-necked and flat-shouldered and robust-bodied. And she gets around the ring and moves so effortlessly. Like, this one just does a lot of good, in my opinion. And that doesn't take anything away from the young man that we have here in second, because he has so much of the same look. I mean, this look of her right here, she has the exact same front end and the way she ties together. What she doesn't have in relation to the one in front, she doesn't use her hind leg as attractively, and she's probably not just as busted open in through her midsection of her body. But that doesn't take anything away from a really, really nice calf that this young man's brought us today, with a great deal of future ahead of her. We're going to talk. We did things a little different here in this, and so we've still got the first and the second out of the first class, and we went ahead and brought the second class out here. So we're going to talk about the young lady with the first one and the young man in the cowboy hat. And like we just talked just a few minutes ago, this first one does so many things right. She's so attractive and still green, and there's so much future ahead of her. I think I hope these guys get a chance to get these main Angus fit before the grand drive, because I do think they can withstand a lot of competition, and they're obviously at a touch of an unfair advantage since we don't get to see him put together like maybe some of the others. We get to the young man in the cowboy hat, and his calf does a lot of good. And all three of these heifers are so elegant and attractive about their front end and the way they're put together and the way they look like breeding heifers, in my opinion, are supposed to. if you could do anything with this one in relation to the first class winner, she just needs to have a little more depth of body. That's personal preference. That's opinion. Just my opinion today. We're going to go ahead and use the young lady out of the first class for champion. We're going to use the young man with the cowboy hat for reserve. 3 really, really nice heifers we have out here.
Over here in the black ring, a lot of quality, not a lot of numbers. We'll talk about the heifer over here to my left first, because I think there's a lot of good to be said about her. She's high-necked. She's got some body shape. She's good looking. She's got a sound hind wheel. I think she just maybe runs out a little bit of the extras relative to these 2 right in front of her. And we'll spend a little more time breaking these 2 down, because for me, this is where the decision lies, and this is kind of where we need to make some hay or whatnot. But I'll tell you what I see the differences between the 2. Heifer here on my right, well, let me back up and say I think both these are good bodied. I think they're both bold rib. I think they have an ample amount of power. Underlying, all that's good. Heifer here on my right, man, this thing's structure's pretty salty. I mean, that thing's got the kitty soft paws, got the really cool hind leg. She's really smooth and attractive. Now, relative to the one behind her, does she tie her neck out of the top of her shoulder quite as high, and she's quite as dynamic up there as the one behind her? No. Now, when she kind of does that and she wants to lift her head up and not do Hereford things, you like it a little bit better. But when you lead her, and I know she's fighting, and it's probably one of her first shows or whatever, she looks like she wants to sink her neck down just a little bit, kind of get a little bit U-necked, and that's where I think the one right in behind her excels. And then that's what attracts me to the one right in behind her. This one's high neck. She puts some ears forward. We get her loin down, do all the things we're doing right here. Young lady's doing a killer job getting her shown. And we really like this one's silhouette. We like how just attractive she is when she moves in terms of her head carriage. When we ask this one to lead, her neck is straight up out of the top of her shoulder. She's looking around like a periscope on a submarine, and she's moving that way. But with that said, I think this one's actually a little bit straighter fronted, straighter in her shoulder, which makes sense why she ties her neck so high. I think she's a little frailer at the ground relative to the one right in front of her. And while I still think she's good structured, she is not. It's just incredible in her hind leg and the way she uses her hind leg relative to the one right in front of her. I think we're splitting hairs here. I think they're both good. I think you could do it either which way. I'll show you which one I like for champion reserve, and we'll keep on moving.
What a really nice pair of maintainer heifers we have here to get started in a maintainer show. And 2 heifers that these young men are both doing a great job showing. And we're going to go ahead and land on the young man's more predominantly black heifer to win this class. And she does so just in terms of structural integrity. And I think she gets around here and she moves just a little bit better. And the way she puts everything together and blends it all together so smoothly. And she uses her pastern and her hawk and up into her hip. She's that stands directly in front of her. Now to get picky, we want to push her shoulder and we want to smooth her up. We want to blend everything through her front end together, and that's probably where the young man's black and white heifer has an advantage today. But I think the young man's black and white heifer that stands up here in front comes in a couple more pieces and wants to get just a little more on the verge of, I don't want to use the word terminal, but she gets a little more just round in her composition and a little more to look like a steer. I absolutely love her head, absolutely love her neck. To me, she just needs to blend everything better a little bit. She just needs to blend everything together in a little smoother package, and she needs to be more comfortable in her hawk and down through her passion. 2 really nice heifers.
be a main.
Well, the Lord knows that I'm not the authority on mini Herefords because this is the first one I've seen this year, and the last time I seen one was this ring last year. But I do think this one's pretty good for what it's worth. I think she's sound structure. She's bold-bodied. We're doing a killer job getting her shown out here. Got her head up and everything, got all her feet where they need to go. But I think this one's real nice, and I don't know if this is our only class or not, but this one's pretty good. If we're coming back, we'd like to see more of her. I've been told by default this is our champion Lim-Flex because it's our only one, but she definitely could stood some more competition. You want, young man, if you want to wheel her around here and show her off for the crowd. Got the big sound legs on this one, big feet, good body. She's got some balance when we get her in here and stopped. And we're doing a really good job with this heifer. Love her structure, love her practicality. Look forward to seeing more of her out here later. Really nice single entry over here in the black rings. Not really surprising. Young man's been bringing good stock all day. Brought a couple nice steers to me yesterday. And then this one kind of fits the pattern. Sound, good bodied, attractive, long, smooth muscle pattern. Look forward to seeing her out here, and we can break her down a little further when we have something else out here to look at her with.
The maintainer show isn't letting up at all, and we have two of them here at the top that I think are very, very good. And that doesn't take anything away from these two down here, but I think all the discussion for me came between these two, and they are as opposite as you can get. And I'll just tell you how I see them and what the deciding factors were for me. And if you listened at all yesterday, you were here yesterday, you followed along at all today, I'm drawn to this. I'm drawn to this look. I'm drawn to this outline. The way she tucks her shoulder into her body. The way her chest and everything sits into her. My real question with this one is her belly. Like, I'm not exactly sure how to read it, exactly what's going on. But when you get in behind her and you read her from a 3/4 angle or directly behind her, she's just as robust bodied and big up high as the one that's directly in behind her. The look of the one right here is awesome. My question comes when you get at a 3/4 angle of her, she wants to push in plenty in her upper rib, and my biggest concern is when she gets out here and she goes around the ring, she is on her edges. She is pushing out as far as you'd possibly want one, and I don't know if she needs to be brought back on feed. I don't know if that's just the way she is, but I'm going to side with one that's maybe comes together a little more than one that's pushing on the outside, but two really, really nice ones at the top. This young lady's calf that comes in third just runs into two that are really high quality, and that's not to take anything away from her, because right here she's really attractive. She's short-bodied, she's long-necked, everything blends together in a really nice package. She just doesn't have maybe some of the extras that the two right in front of her have. The young lady that comes out in third, another really nice heifer, hard to poke a big hole in. I just like to extend her through her front end, clean up her chest. But past that, that's a really nice heifer that should make a great cow for that young lady on down the road.
Very highly presented single entry over here in the black ring. Folks in the back got her put together really nice. We love her from this angle right here. High necked, good chest, beautifully balanced. Couldn't draw a prettier picture. Really nice heifer. Would we like to give her a little more flexibility down there in her lower joints? Sure. But we can break her down further when we get some more out here. But one that just really captivating from the side.
What's that? This young man brings us a really nice single entry here, senior yearling in our maintainer to wrap up our maintainer show, and one that you just have to appreciate for her foot, for her bone, for her structure and the way she's put together. Awesome bodied, awesome hipped, attractive about her front end, and I'll give it to you if you want to say she's got a little bit of skin hanging in her chest and right down through, right underneath her chin. She does, but at the same time, these senior yearlings are a lot older and a lot bigger than maybe some of these calves, and so kind of going to give her a pass on that a little bit. But I think this is a heifer that can withstand a great deal of competition, and look forward to seeing her here in just a minute.
little bigger kind of cattle than we've been seeing all day, but dang sure a good kind of cattle, I think. Good wheels, nice feet, sound legs, high-necked, good body, got some power when we get in behind her. Just really enjoy looking at quality livestock, and therefore we like looking at her. We'll bring her back out here again and break her down some more with the others.
Black ring right now. We need all Main Angus to make up area class 18 and 19.
This maintainer division's been a lot of fun to sort through, and there's a lot of give and take, and I think that goes with what they are. And I mean, they're obviously main percentage cattle, but they could be mixed with a variety of different things to be out here, and so I think that obviously gives you a lot of differences. And we'll go back through these three and talk about them. And this young man's calf that wins the first class, she just did so on her structure and how she got about the ring, and this look of her right here is really attractive, and up through her front end and the way she blends everything back. I don't know that today that she's necessarily in contention, but I think that's a really good effort the young man doesn't need to give up on. We come back to the second class, and it was obviously very difficult because there were two completely different types and kinds that were out here in front of us, and I landed on the one today that I felt like looked more like a breeding heifer and got about the ring more like what I think she needs to. Really, really nice heifer. Like I commented in class, I'll question what just exactly her underline's like with transitioning back from her chest, right there from her navel to her chest. Like, what exactly does it look like? And I don't know if we need to cut some hair out of her flank or if we need to pull in front of her navel or what exactly we need to do. But right here, it just looks a little concave and a little off. But I don't think that's enough to beat her in that class, and a really nice heifer. And we'd come back here to the young man's senior yearling, and we mess with a few of these back around home, and I know how difficult they are and how difficult it is to keep them looking like this. I really like her. To me, she's got a little bit of shoulder. She gets a little masculine through her head, and like I said, she gets a pinch of skin in her chest, but I'm not going to get critical of it because I know how difficult they are. Got two really nice second places back here. To me, you can't bust apart the second class. So young man's going to be champion, young lady's going to be reserve. Really nice set of maintainers.
Competitive lineup for no more than we had in the black ring and the Main on Jew show. And let's talk through them real quick. And now that we have them out here, we can kind of talk a little bit of advantages and disadvantages amongst these cattle, because I think they have those things. A young man with the lid here on my right brought us a really nice, functional, practical female. Now, is she the most dynamic looking one out here relative to the couple behind her? No. But she has a very functional hind leg. I will say it's not as attractive as the white-legged heifer here in the back in the way she uses it, but it's extremely functional. And I think maybe with some more leg hair or something like that, we could make it a little more attractive. But, then again, I am a steer guy, and they probably think I like them hammer-legged anyway. I don't know. But I think it's a good, functional one. She's big-bodied. She's got some depth. Now, if we want to correct her relative to these ones behind her, can we trim her up under her throat and her chest just a little bit, make her more dynamic about her head? Yes. If she is massive over her top in terms of her rib shape and as powerful out of her hip as either of the two behind her? No. But interestingly enough, this one's got some punch down in her center and lower quarter. And I think she stays pretty genuine all the way to the ground. I think it's a very, very nice heifer and one this young man should be proud of. Striking heifer wins Class 2, and we talked about that when she was out here. She's really fun to look at from the side. She's bull-bodied, she's stout, she's high-necked, and she's beautifully presented. Whoever did her back clipped her back, just has her razored in. However, we'd like to give her a little more flexibility to her lower joints when we compare her back to these two on either side of her, but one in this parked position we just absolutely love. Bigger outlined heifer that wins our third class, and honestly speaking, ones like this are generally a little big for my taste just because I live in such terrible grass country. I think if maybe I had a little bit cheaper feed source, I wouldn't mind stuff like this, but other than her size, I really like this animal. Her build and structure is very good. Her foot size is good. This is where we were talking earlier about attractiveness and functionality of a hind leg. This one's hind leg flexes, yet when we get it stopped like that, it is really fun to look at. It's really attractive. It's very aesthetic. She, too, is zeroed in. The crew in the back did a fantastic job. She's big-bodied. Relative to maybe the one that wins the first class, is she just as stout in her lower britches and pulled apart underneath? You know, I don't know. Probably not. But very, very good heifer, very good trio heifers. I'll go show you which way I like them. Let's give these young people a nice round of applause.
A single entry here in our Red Angus show and a really nice heifer. This young lady's brought us senior yearling, and again, just like we talked about that maintainer in the last division, senior yearling, she's got a little chest and she maybe gets a little crusty up front, but when you get up on top of her and you look, it doesn't look like they've clipped her very much, and maybe if you got to clipping after that, and it would obviously make all that look quite a bit better. But from there back, a heifer that's very nice, and she's finally getting out here and settling in, and a big-bodied, sound-structured, nice heifer for this lady. Should make a great project and a great cow the rest of the year. Really nice, solid white heifer to get started in our shorthorn division. This young lady told me she's a May, and she looks like that. She looks appropriate for her size, and she stands on some good feet. They all point in the right direction. She's got some muscle and some power, elegant about her front end, and be anxious to get her back out here in a little bit and then shorthorn line up and see how she stands against some more contemporaries. But a very nice heifer to get our shorthorn show started.
Over here in the blow and go show, a really nice pair of heifers. Both have attributes, but we're going to leave them the way they stand. Young lady's heifer here on my right. It's really fun to look at from the side. She's got nice wheels on her, up-headed. real big and bold in her body type. But I think the reason she wins this class is her hind leg is better than the one behind her. And then you combine that with that quality look up front, and that makes her a class winner. I don't know if we have more classes or not, but if we do, be happy to have her back and see her here in a little bit. This one here that's going to be second, I think she maybe has an advantage over the class winner in terms of power when we get in behind her. She is stout and big square hip. I love that about her. She's really bold rib. And when the young man gets her stopped right here, her neck shoots out of the top of her shoulder. She's really attractive in her throat and her jawline. Just like to give her a little more flexibility in those rear wheels there, but a very good heifer with a lot of good about her. Should be happy to keep hauling that one to the fair.
A really nice pair of shorthorn heifers here in our second class of shorthorns. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's dark roan heifer to start with, and I think she does a lot of good things, and I really appreciate this one just for her muscle and her power and her foot and her bone, and she's so elegant about her front end, and she's awesome bodied, and I don't know a whole lot about the shorthorn breed, nor do I profess to, but a lot of people tell me they don't. None of them have enough muscle, and this one's got plenty for me. I think that's a really nice calf, and look forward to get her back out here in just a minute. And the young lady's redneck roan heifer that we have here in second is a very nice heifer as well. Extremely elegant about her front end. Awesome as she comes back out of the backside of her shoulder into her hip. She just runs into needing some more body and some more cavity, and probably more than anything to me, she just needs to use her hind leg and get out and reach a little better, smooth up her hock. But nonetheless, a really nice heifer that young lady he's brought today.
As we continue the Angus show here in the black ring, one that we really appreciate for how smooth she is. The way this one transitions from her shoulder to her forerib, how smooth and elegant she is in her center body. She's so long and smooth in her muscle pattern, something that we really like. When she's on the stand right here, she's nice balance, has a look of quality. And do we want to change the way she uses her pastern a little bit? Sure, and stouten her foot up? Yeah, sure. That's a good heifer. We'll bring her out here with some more competition a little later and can evaluate her further, but appreciate looking at her.
We have two shorthorn heifers out here in this last class, and we have a February up front and a January that the little guys brought us, and I think these are two really nice heifers. And now we're going to leave them as they stand and as they came in, and the young man with the predominantly red heifer is going to be first in this class. And I think she's a very nice heifer, and this look right here of her, you really have to appreciate. To me, she gets a little deep in the center part of her throat and down into her front end, and she gets a little short-hipped comparative to maybe some of the other ones we've seen, in particular the young man behind her. But I think she blends everything together so smoothly that today she has to win this class, and she has to be first. Take nothing away from the young man's heifer that comes in second. She is long neck, she's high tying. She just comes in a few too many pieces for me. We just need to blend it all together. But nonetheless, a heifer that gets about the ring, really really, really nicely. Should have a great future ahead of her for that young man.
Over here in the black side, another small in numbers but high in quality situation here in the Manguses. We'll talk through these here real quick. Young lady with heifer on the right, really nice, elegant, beautifully balanced female. Good looking. I like her head shape. I like her body shape. I like the way she struts around the ring. I think this one is the structure advantage, if you will. I think she's the soundest one we have out here, and she combines that with, I think, an ample amount of power. Now, if you want to compare her back to these ones behind her, I think some of these ones behind her may be a little stouter. I think they're definitely a little longer hip. This one wants to get just a touch shorter hip, but I don't think that comes at an expense in the way she uses her hind leg. I think that's a very nice heifer. Heifer at wins Class 2. We talked about how smooth she was, how elegant she was in her muscle pattern, how nice her underline is, and just really feminine in her overall makeup. Relative to the one right in front of her, do we need to make her a little softer in the way she hits the ground with those paws? Yeah. Do we need to give her more flex in her pastern? Yeah, I think so too, but definitely one that we appreciate right here on the standstill. And then our second out of Class 1, she's the power animal in this lineup. Stout, big, powerful hip when you get in behind her. She's probably the boldest rib when you get in on top of her, and we like her for those things. Anyway, heifer here on my right is going to be your champion. Young man in the lid is going to be a reserve.
A nice trio of shorthorn heifers that we have here, and 2 second places standing here to my left that are also very nice. And we'll go back through and talk about all 3 of them because I think there's a lot of differences between them. And we started out with the young lady's white heifer, and I think she's very nice. And as we talked in class, she stands on good feet that all point the right direction. She's balanced. Everything kind of blends together. I'd like to see her come with a little more flank and a little more depth to her twist, but nonetheless, a very nice heifer that we have there. The discussion for me comes between the next 2 class winners, and I think they're very, very opposite in what they are. And the young lady's roan heifer here exemplifies muscle and shape and brings so many things together in a nice, attractive package. And I think that's what's enamoring to me about this calf is she is, for as much muscle as she has and as much of there is to her, she's still very nice and attractive about her head and her neck and the way she blends everything together. Now, I'd like to lengthen her out of her hip a little bit. I'd like to clean her navel up, and I'd like to relax her right in behind her shoulders. I think some of the right in behind her shoulders could probably be fixed with clipping her, but nonetheless, a very, very nice calf. The young man that comes out of the 3rd class, I think he's doing a great job getting his calf showed, and she gives you a really nice look from the side. She doesn't have as much muscle as the one that's directly in front of her, nor does she stand on as big a foot and a bone, but she blends everything together so smoothly. As we stated in class just a few minutes ago, she gets a little deep in her jaw. She gets a little short from the top side of her shoulder up and through her neck and into the back of her head. But that's not to take anything away from a really nice calf. We'll set this down and pick your champion or reserve here in your Shorthorn show. Look forward to seeing him back in the grand drive.
Sorry, I ruined it. Over here in the black ring, young man, the white-tailed heifer. I'll bring her around here. She's going to be your class winner. She's got the big sound wheels on her. I like that. Then when we get her parked, she's balanced. She's high quality. She's got some power, a deceiving amount of power when you get in behind her. Nice little heifer. I think she's going to be a fun project for this young man, and look forward to seeing her back out here later. That's not to take away from the old Baldy here in second. I think this is the second kind of run that this young man's brought me today that I think is going to be a whale of a cow. I think the breeding value and the breeding pieces on this one would be really fun. She's so stout. She's so good looking. She's big bodied. She's got a real impressive look when you get in behind her. Relative to the one in front of her, can we make her a little more flexible out of her hind leg? Yeah. But is it bad by any means? No, it's not. We have to split hairs on these cattle. Very good pair of cattle. Look forward to seeing them both back out here soon.
Only two heifers here in our Shorthorn Plus show, and we're going to go ahead and land on the young man's darker blue heifer to be first and the young lady's lighter blue one to be second. To me, the young man's heifer just looks more like a breeding heifer to me, you know, up through her front end and the way she's constructed and her hind leg and her shoulder and her length of hip. She just has a more attractive look about her. I'd like to push her back in her knee, and I'd like to make her move out of her front end just a little more better, or just a little better. But nonetheless, a very nice heifer that young man has, and I think a pretty easy place to start in this Shorthorn Plus show. This young lady's blue heifer that we have here that's going to be second in our eventual reserve. I like this calf. There's a lot of good about her. She's packed full of muscle. She has an attractive look. The young lady does a phenomenal job showing her. To me, she just gets a little short coupled. She gets a little short hip. She wants to get a little short in her stride, and she wants to get a little short out of the reach of her front end. But nonetheless, a really nice heifer, and the young ladies to be commended for bringing her today. get the semi show started here with a single entry in our first class, and this young man's brought another one to us that's very, very high quality, and I dig this one. I mean, you just look at her through her front end. She's so elegant about her head and her neck, and her ears sit up there, and that look of her right there, whoa, that's fun. And she draws back into an awesome rib and a great hind leg, and the way she gets out and goes, there's a lot of good to be had about this one. It'll be fun to see her back out here in just a minute in our champion semi drive, but congrats to this young man on bringing a really fun one to get this show started.
Really good pair of cattle here at the top end of this class. That's nothing to take away from 3 and 4 down here. I'm going to break them down. I think there's some differences in these cattle. But this one here, the young lady's got on the right, man, that thing's got the big old paws. I wish this thing was like broke like a horse where we could lift her foot up and show you how big it is, because it is massive. Got big sticks under her. And really for me, where she excels, the one that we're going to have in second is the angles. Now you could say, hey, Ferris, I watched her rock her ankle a couple times over here in the soft dirt, and, you know, I think that's an ankle snapper, and I would tell you I disagree. I think that thing's angles are incredible. I'm not that smart about hoof trimming. I don't know that much about it. I think my wife's watching the live stream if she hasn't taken a nap. She could tell you more about it because she's watching those types of videos on the internet all the time about trimming feet, and I think that's maybe where we kill that one. But other than that, her angles are so good. She's flexible at the ground. She's flexible in her hock. She's laid back in her shoulder. And especially when we ask her to move, she's more relaxed in her top line. Neck stays high out of her shoulder. And I think she's a nickel stouter. Now, this one here that's going to be second, I love how she's presented up through her front 1/3. I love how fresh we have her about her head and her neck. Young man, when she gets her parked right here, really, really appreciate this heifer. She's bold-ribbed. She's powerful when you get over her back. She's smooth-shouldered, and like I said, I think she's more attractive about her head. However, when we ask her to move, she wants to get up in her loin, duck her pin just a little bit, maybe stab the ground with a little bit of aggression out of her rear wheel. I'm not saying it's bad. I just prefer the rear wheel and the foot size of the one that's in front of her, but two very, very nice heifers. It'll be fun to see how these compete all year, because I'm sure there's going to be some discussion on which one is better. Full-bodied, stout, punchy one that comes third. Like these breeding pieces. Like to make this one to a show steer bull and make some show steers. I like how balanced she is, where she gives up in front to the ones in front of her, maybe just runs out a little bit of some of those extras, but a very, very nice heifer to go third, and it's a shame that we have to put one of that quality down here. Same can be said for the one that's fourth. She's high-necked. She's got some structural integrity. She's got some body shape, kind of like the one, what we just said about the one in front of her. Just wish we had a few more of those extras, but one that we can certainly be proud of and turn out, and I think will be a productive member of the cow herd at some point in the future.
Another single entry in our Simmental show, and a heifer, another one I think can withstand a great deal of competition. And she's honestly deceiving when she first walks in. You don't maybe think she's as elegant and pretty about her head and down and through her front end as she is, but when she gets stopped and parked right here, you know, she gives you a very attractive look. Awesome backed, with a great deal of shape and muscle, moves down into a really nice functional hind leg. Maybe doesn't have some of the extras of some of the others we've seen today, but nonetheless a really nice project for this young man, and we'll be anxious to get her back out here in the Champion Simmental Drive.
single entry with a lot of good to her over here on the black ring side. Big bodied, bold, powerful one when you get in behind her. A really broody look to her. I like how, her head and neck maybe isn't the most zipper-necked one we've seen today or the most freaky one we've seen, but I think it matches the rest of her, and I appreciate that. She's really, really good balance. I wish we could maybe give her a little more flex down low, but that's a dang nice heifer, and would look forward to seeing her back out here soon. Over here in our maintainer show, we'll bust through these things real quick and tell you what I see now that we have them all out here together. Really like this heifer that wins the first class. This thing is wildly stout and very, very good structure. She's really powerful. I appreciate that. And still does it in a non-terminal fashion for me. Bold, good looking. Maybe wants to get a little plainer right here in the middle of her neck, but I think we could also run a set of mediums right there and bust all that off, and we would like her. Young man's doing a killer job getting her stuck out here, and when she puts them big ears forward, we like looking at her from this angle, and I think this is one that can continue to get better. Beautifully presented heifer, comes out of class 2, and that comes with exceptional showmanship ability as well. Deep bodied, she's stout. I love this one's angles. I love this one's feet size. Feet shape look good from what we can tell here. She's high necked, good balance. Like we said in her class, she rock her ankle every now and again, yeah. But then you look at how soft she is standing there right there. And, I don't know. I'm not a rocket science. I can't tell you why she does that, but I think she's pretty sound. She looks comfortable out here. She stays relaxed in her top line, and it's good enough for me. So we'll keep on rocking. We talked about the single entry calf out here, or bigger one out here in the last class, and we like how broody and powerful she is. She just looks like a cow to me, just like one you want to go turn out, have a whole herd of. She's stout, she's powerful, and I appreciate that in cattle. Maybe like to fix her down low, but certainly one that I appreciate for just her center body capacity. And on top of that, young man's done a killer job keeping her fresh at this size. That ain't easy to do. I'm going to go out here and I'll pick your champion. We'll wheel a second one in here, and we'll pick a reserve.
a really solid class of Simmental heifers we have here, and one that I think kind of sorts itself out pretty logically. And the one we're going to start with is very good. And I think she daylights her contemporaries in this class, and I think she brings a lot of good things together. And she's so impeccably put together, and everything just blends and smooths and balances so nicely. It'll be good to get her back out here in just a minute in our champion drive, and we'll talk more about her then. The young lady's Baldy that comes in second, I think 2 and 3 was a little bit of a closer call than anything, and I think the young lady's heifer that we're going to use here in second just has a little more length up to her front end. She has a little more expression to her body cavity, and I think that is simply the deciding factor between the two of them, and she's got a cool right head to set her off. The young man's heifer that comes out in third, really nice heifer. Really hard to put a major hole in. To me, she just needs a shot more body and a shot more expression, but nonetheless a really nice one to come in third. 4, 5, and 6 in this class. There's some discussion, and you can talk about it however you want. I'm going to go ahead and land on the young lady's Red Baldy because she has the most features. She has the most look. She has the most bone. She has the most power, and I think that's a logical place to be here in fourth in this class. 5th and 6th, 2 really nice heifers that these kids have brought, these 2 black Baldies. The young man's heifer just has a little more size, a little more extension, a little more look about her. A really nice heifer for that young man. And the young lady we're going to round out the class with here, she does a killer job getting her showed, and she gives you some really nice looks at her. For me, she's just a little small, she's a little compact, but nonetheless one that's built right, one that moves about the ring the right way. And again, the young lady does such a nice job showing her, it makes it easy to look at her.
Over here in the black ring, getting down to some earlier. I'll say it again. These are the moments that I don't like because, all these kids are out here doing a really good job. I think it comes down to these 2 here on my just being a little more upright in the way she's put together. She's a little shorter hip. Wants to just duck those pins a little bit and maybe not use that hind leg with quite as much authority as the one that's right in front of her or the one that wins this division. Now, she can't tell about me talking. I do deep-bodied. She's balanced, and when we get her put together and the young man does the job sticking on her, we really like the way she looks. Break things down in my head, I kind of that I have in terms of what I like cattle, and we talk combination of both width and strength. Reserve champion. Let's give these kids a round of applause. high quality single entry over here in the black ring, deep bodied, long and smooth in her muscle pattern. Just a real cow prospect looking type of female. Really appreciate her for those attributes. It's so smooth in the way she's put together. We'll look forward to nice little single entry shorthorn heifer over here. I like how bold she is over her upper rib. She's stout when you get in behind her. She's attractive when you look at her from the side, and one that we'd be happy to look at in further detail out here in the Champion Drive. just kind of like I said earlier about many Herefords, I don't look at many of those. I don't look at many Shorthorns either, but I like this animal regardless of color pattern. I think she's got a lot of good she's bringing to the table. She's sound structure, big feet, big sound legs. And when you get in behind her, I like how bold and square she is everywhere. Now, is she as dynamic and long-necked as the one behind her? No, but that's a very well-balanced animal whose true calling may be to raise some Shorthorn show steers or something. Real burly animal. I like that. Like I said, one here that's going to be in second. I think she's longer necked. I think she's higher necked. Well, we can go ahead and wheel her around, young lady. She's long-bodied, and for one as long-bodied as she is, she still has some rib shape and some power when you get in behind her. Just maybe not as much there as the one in front of her. Maybe need to free her up just ever so slightly relative to the one in front of her out of her rear wheel, but certainly two nice heifers, real chunky, powerful one to win. I like that.
I heard Ferris make a comment earlier about this is what makes it fun, but this is what makes it really difficult too, because when you have two of them standing up here, and it does not take anything away from these two, and we're going to talk about them in just a second, but when you have two that look like these two do, it's fun. And when I guess when you're out driving around or you're at home raising them, this is what you strive for them to look like. And I ultimately don't know that I've made up my mind 100% yet on what I'm going to do, because this one over here is finally settling in, and so is this one. And when this one came in the ring, she wanted to bind up in the middle part of her back, and I don't know if she's too full or what it is, but right now I got up on top of her and they've got the middle of her back smoked down, and I don't blame them for doing it, because she does want to naturally draw up there a little bit. But this look right here is fun. It's good to look at. It's attractive. She's got a sweet white head. She's got some white in her underline. All those things blend together. I love the angle to her knee. I love how she puts down in her. It comes from her knee, from her shoulder down into her knee. I love the look of her underline, and her hind leg is awesome. And whoever did it, that you guys are doing a killer job. I like that. Like it looks stout, but it looks feminine. It looks like it's supposed to. And you go up there, and from all the way up, everything blends together. And I like this one. And like I said, the longer she's out here, the more attractive she gets in there. She's finally picking her head up out of her shoulders, and you can get a good look at her. Now, she needs to blend in her shoulder. Her forward needs to be better. That's where the one in second has a distinct advantage, in my opinion. The one in second wants to tie her head higher out of the top side of her shoulder. She wants to push her shoulder in there better. Hold on, stay there. We're not done yet. The one that's right here, she blends it all together so much better, and that look of her through her front end is awesome. I love it. The way she comes out across her back into her hip, I think she has a little bit of an advantage amongst this one right here. This one's hock is a little smoother. She uses it a little better. I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm gonna say my first impression is the lasting impression. Young lady that's in second is gonna be first. You're gonna be second, and these two are good. I like them. They're fun to look at. The young lady that comes in third, there's nothing wrong with her. Really good heifer. Maybe doesn't tie as high. Maybe doesn't. The future ahead of her. The young man that comes in. One of the better ones we've had to put at the bottom today. Fun to look at.
over here in the Shorthorn show. I think this pair can be close because I think they both all right, but I'm going to leave them the way they stand. The young man's heifer that's absolutely just smoked in here is going to be the class winner here, and she does so because I think she's the smoother package. It's still sound, and she's just more balanced in her feminine look. She's long-muscled. She's really flat-shouldered. Now, has she got as big a pipes as the one behind her? No. Is she as stout as the one behind her? No. Does she have more bark on her than the one behind her? Yes, she does, and we can maybe lean her up a little bit. But I think when we just kind of think about big picture and overall quality, that's a higher quality animal that's still. One here that's going to be in two, big old feet, big old bones on her. You get in behind her, she's impressive. She's bold when you get over her top. She's cleaner in her throat latch, and her neck shoots high out of the top side of her shoulder. But with all that extra power comes with a little more coarseness. She's a little rounder and bigger about her shoulder. She's a little tighter in her heart, but certainly one very interesting breeding piece as we go forward. One also that has a very, very nice hind leg. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause, and we'll keep on moving. Well, while Isaiah makes his decision over here in the red ring, we're going to bust through these shorthorns really quick, and I like all. She's attractive. I like the way her to that cattle relative to these other ones. It's a decision between 2 and 3 down here on which one we're going to use. I like the power and the stoutness. I think this one is a great combination of width and structure. She looks like she wants to raise show steers, and that's what I do, and that's what I'm familiar with. Best paws on her, maybe not, but I don't know that either of these other ones out here really correct her there. That's a nice heifer that I appreciate quite well. Dark cherry red heifer out of class 3, really a class 3, really appreciate her when she's set up just like this. She's so long and smooth in her muscle pattern. Everything blends together so well. She's deep-bodied, and from chest to flank, just carries all that real good. Maybe she's not just the prettiest right there in her throat latch, but she still ties her neck pretty high on the top side of her shoulder. Her chest is pretty good. Like I said earlier, got a little bit of extra bark on her. And even with that extra bark, I think she gets out-horsed quite a bit in terms of the width department of this roan one right in front of her. That said, our roan's going to be your champion. Dark red will be your reserve. Let's give him a round of applause.
When the guy running the show hands you the microphone and says have fun, it's he's not lying when he said that, because this is fun, and I guess there's differences, and you guys may go to this next ring over here under Ferris and may have a completely different outcome, but this is just how I see him, and I try to describe him to you the best way I can, and there's 4 class winners here that I think are very, very, very nice, and we'll start with the young man here out of the second class, and we'll talk about his heifer first, because I think she does a lot of really nice things, and it's a good project, and there's, she's hard to poke a major hole in. Is she the stoutest legged? Is she the freakiest fronted? Is she the biggest centered? Is she the longest hipped? No, she's not any of those things, but she's just really hard to put a big giant hole in, and so for that I think she's to be commended, because she is very, very nice. The young lady in the black shirt that comes out of the third class, another one that I don't know that today she's in contention amongst a couple of the other ones out here, but again, I think one that's very, very nice, and I'm sure when she loaded her up and brought her to the show, she thought she had a real contender in the breed, and she's got a very good heifer. I just don't think that those two out of the middle 2 classes are in the same category as the one out of the first class and the one out of the last class. And we'll talk about those, and we'll talk about them in depth as to how I see them. And this young man's heifer right here, this look of her is to die for. My problem with her is when she comes right at you. And when I went over here and stood in the corner and I watched her turn that corner and come at me, every step her knee gets closer and closer together. And I don't necessarily know that I love that, because when you watch her come this way, she wants to get ever so slightly on the edge of being outside herself when she goes away from you. She needs her hip lengthened ever so slightly, and I don't know if that's just the way she's clipped, if that's just the way she's fit, but she has such a striking look. She's so attractive through her front end. Her head's awesome. Her ears are awesome. Her body cavity's to die for. I like a lot of things about that young man's heifer. The other one that I think's in serious contention is the young lady out of the 4th class, and she's settling in, and she'll give you some really good looks, and I'm sure somebody's going to say, well, you've preached on, the front end all day and blah, blah, blah. I have. I no doubt about it, and I don't necessarily dig what she has going on right underneath her chin, but I love how high she ties out of the top of her shoulder, and she throws her head up, and she's so robust bodied, and she's big legged, and she gets out here and she moves, and the angle to her shoulder and down through her knee is so correct. She needs her hip lengthened ever so slightly, as does the second place to her. But I think 3 really good heifers, and we're going to take 3 out of this division. I asked if that was okay, and they said absolutely. So I'm going to set this down, and I'm going to go pick you 3 of them, and look forward to seeing them back out here. Let's give these kids a round of applause, because these are really good.
Over here in the black ring, kind of curious how these two young people did in showmanship, because if they didn't get along pretty good, man, the folks that beat them must have been incredible, because we're both getting these cattle stuck awesome out here. And we have two cattle that are wildly different in type and kind. A blue heifer on my right that we're going to use to win the class. She is really fun to look at from the side. She's really elevated. She's got a big old hip in her, and she gets around the ring with a lot of ease and flexibility out of her rear skeleton, when we appreciate that look of quality up through her front end. Now, the predominantly white heifer that's going to be in second, wow, that thing is punchy stout. Really, really stout, really, really bold, really powerful, and I appreciate that. Even with all that power, she's still pretty flat-shouldered, still pretty good looking up through her front end. We want to compare her back to that one that wins this class. Maybe like to make her a little stouter footed, maybe give her a little more flexibility compared to that one out of her rear too, but certainly one you just love for how much power she's bringing to the table. Congratulations.
A really nice heifer to get our percent semi show started off here, and one that does a lot of things and does them really well. And she's really green and really raw yet in her makeup and in her condition, but I don't find that as a bad thing. She's super sound. She's super attractive. All of her lines are right. It'll be interesting to get her back out here in the champion percentage lineup in a few minutes and see how she stacks up against the rest of them.
We got some red ring.
Real good way to start the semi show. Sorry, I didn't mean to run you over right there. Trying to get the picture, because that is a hell of a picture to get right there. It's awesome. Look at this animal. Very proportional, very sound structured. Love to watch her move. Love to watch her stand there. Young man's not messing around, getting her stuck out here. We can talk about her in more detail when we get some more stock out here to break down, but heck of a way to start. Another really nice quality single entry today, and deep bodied. She's got some power. Neck shoots up high out of the top side of her shoulder, reaches real good out of the front end of her skeleton. Be happy to see her back out here with some of these others here before too long.
Very interesting class of percentage heifers here. We're going to lead off with the young lady's Baldy, and I think when they first came in, maybe she didn't hit me as hard as what I initially, when we get down here and we break them down for what they are, but she gives you a really striking look from the side, and that does not take anything away from the young man's heifer that's here in second, because so does she. Absolutely. The deciding factor for me was just when we put them in motion and just their overall width, and I think that's in every aspect of these two. This one's just wider built. She's bigger backed. She's more pulled apart. She moves with some. This one ties her head just a little higher, but this one will give you a look that's awesome when she wants to throw her head up and act like she's supposed to. I really like this one and be anxious to get her back out here. The young man that's going to fall here in second gives you an awesome look from the side. She wants to get a little bit of low chest for me. She wants to get just a little plain in the base of her throat. And I'm sure there's going to be times where these two are going to go back and forth, and this one's going to win, and that one's going to be second. But today it's just my personal preference, and that's how I view these two. The young man that comes in third brings one that's packed full of power. And when she first walks in, she's striking. Like, you look at her head and her neck and her front end and everything and all that. But when she wants to, the longer she gets out here and the more you watch her go, she wants to drive her hawk. She doesn't want to use her hip maybe quite as effortlessly as the two in front of her. But when she's stopped and she gives you this look right here, she's a lot of fun to look at. And another one, somebody may place these three completely different. You may win the class. That's just my personal preference today, and that's how I place them. But I do like your calf a lot. The two that are going to round out the class here, this black heifer and this Baldy, two very nice heifers. This one's just structures just a little bit better for me. This one wants to get a little straight in her hawk, a little straight in her pasture, and the black one has a little more substance to her through her mid body. But again, two very nice heifers. Don't give up on those two. Keep working on it.
As we continue the Simmental show in the black ring, a pretty logical place to start. I think we could all hopefully agree that this is the place to start. Highly presented, bold-bodied, stout, good-looking, get her parked like this. You know, what's there not to like? Good heifer. We can bring her out here with some more here a little bit. I think there's some sort as we get into these next few here. Let's bring these next two together. We can talk about them together. The one that's going to be on 2, she's stout, she's bold, she's powerful. She's probably stouter than the one right in behind her. We'd like to tug her down here in her center body and her flank just a little bit, but the reason she's second for me is she uses her hip and hind leg better than the one right in behind her. Is she got all the extras that the one in front of her had? No, which is why she's in second, but it's her functionality that keeps her there. The one that's in 3, I like her look right here from the side. I think she's longer necked. She's definitely deeper and softer in her center body. She too's got some power. I wish we could make her hind leg work like the one that's right in front of her. If we do that, she moves up a spot and it's not close in my opinion. But again, really love her from this angle, and how can you not like that solid black body with the blazed face. Red heifer that comes next, she's big stature, she's got some performance, she's got big bones, she's got big feet, and she's really stout. With that comes some roundness of shoulder. She's a little rounder in her joint work, just a little rounder in her hip. But man, she's long-necked, she's powerful, she's stout, and I think there's a lot of good things about that when we send her into production, and then different pieces that we can breed on. Appreciate it. I mean, look at right there how good-chested she is, how high her neck shoots out of the top side of her shoulder. I appreciate those things about this heifer. A couple heifers in the bottom too that certainly have some depth of body. They have some practicality in their body shape. They got some width, and I think they have trade-offs in structure. This one right here that's coming next, I think she uses her hind leg a little bit better than the one right in there behind her, but at the same time, I think she's a little bit straighter fronted. If you want to flip-flop and use this one here that the young lady has to finish the class because you like the way she's set back in her knee better, set back in her shoulder better, I wouldn't argue with it. I would say that I think she's a little more rigid in her rear leg, but she's still a good heifer, has got some depth of body, and got some doability to her that I think will do a nice job in production. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
An intriguing pair of percentage Simmental heifers to finish out our percentage show, and I think there's a lot of give and take in the two of them. And obviously, the young lady's heifer that stands back here is not wanting to cooperate when she first came in, and now she's maybe wanting to settle down a little bit. But I think that between the two of them, they're very, very different. And I'm going to go ahead and land on the one that's not one to act her best today, and I think we're going to do that because we're going to start at the ground, and ever so slightly, I want to see the 1 and 2. Like right now, she stops and she's just wanting to toe out ever so slightly on her front end, and when you get in behind her and she goes away from it, she wants to walk on the outside of her feet, just wants to push out in her hock ever so slightly. And I'm not saying that that's to take anything away from her quarry or that this one's is substantially far better, because this one needs cracked open in her rib. This one, especially for her size and for where she's at, she needs to be bolder. She needs to have more up high. She needs to have more down low, especially in comparison to her chest. But I just think she stands on a bigger foot. She stands on a bigger bone, and she walks around the ring more effortlessly than this one does. And that's not to take anything away from this one. This one's long-necked, she's big, and she's robust. She's got lots of muscle. But I think that there's just times where she wants to just turn out ever so slightly. When she goes away from me, she wants to push out, and I just don't know if we can accept that today. So that's how we get this one to win and this one in second. But two very, very nice heifers that should stand a lot of competition here in the champion percentage.
really good class of cattle over here, and when they come in and they're presented like this and they're shown like this, you know it's going to be tough. But I think the longer that they're out here, the more, to me, it becomes more logical and things kind of fall into place. And it really never was much of a question where we're going to start. Really like this heifer that wins this class. I mean, she's good in many ways. I keep giving the folks in the back the props for getting them smoked in. This one they got absolutely dialed, and I appreciate that. Big-bodied, stout, sound, good structured. We can bring her out here and talk more about her, but pretty good beef animal right there. Now, to me, where it got maybe a little more close, and we can bring this baldy heifer around here, is between 2 and 3, and I think that's where probably the more decision had to be made, and we walked them a little more to be sure. For me, this heifer that's going to be in 2 just stays more collected and gathered when she goes on the move. I think she's more comfortable in her spine. She's more comfortable in her hip and hind leg. And though she is big-footed, is big-boned, and powerful as the one riding behind her, no, she's not. Is she as big-bellied as the one riding behind her? No. But is she adequate in her body shape? For me today, she is. I think she balances good. Now, like we said, this baldy in here behind her, like her foot size, like how big iron she is. She's got deep bodied, she's bow ribbed, she's big up high. For me, she just wants to kind of fall apart when she gets going. She wanted to get up in her loin a little bit and duck her pins, maybe get a little uncoordinated on all 4 wheels. That's a dang nice heifer. We get her set up just like this. She's up-headed, she's good looking. Love her swoop to her body shape. It's if you jumble these around and do them different, hey, I can't argue with it because these are all really high-quality animals. And that goes for the one that's in 4, too. A little bit bigger statured heifer with some performance. I really like her body condition. I read her as being still fresh. She's still lean. I really appreciate that about her. She's really attractive in high neck. We need to correct the way she uses her lower joints just a little bit, give her just a little bit more of the extras that some of those ones in front of her had. But that's a good one, and that's one of the best ones we've seen all day to go down this far. But let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for bringing us some really high-quality stock.
First goes to Jamie Homeland. Second goes to Vincent Mylander. Third goes to Weston Robinson. And fourth to Reagan.
As we get here and finish up our percentage show, and we've got 4 class winners out here that I think are all very, very nice, and these seconds bring a lot of good to the table, and we'll go through and talk about all 4 of them because we said we would earlier. And the young lady that starts us off here, a very, very nice heifer. There's one I'd say is just hard to put a big hole in. Like everything kind of blends together, everything's smooth and balanced and proportional. Maybe she doesn't have some of the extras that some of these others out here have today, but nonetheless one that you have to appreciate just in terms of her foot and her bone and the way she moves and like her extension up front and her look that she'll give you. A very, very nice heifer for that young lady. The young lady that wins the second class, her heifer's settling in and acting a little better out here now. And another one that I don't necessarily know that she rivals these next 2, but one that gives you a really striking look. Lots of power, awesome, shape to her back, and cracked open, plenty like they need to be. I appreciate that heifer. Just maybe doesn't have quite the look and the balance that maybe these 2 directly behind her have. And I guess it comes down to me, it comes to these 2, and the longer I'm out here, there's one of them that just that I just feel way more comfortable with, and I feel more comfortable with her just in terms of the way she's built and she's put together. And the young lady's baldy that comes out of the 3rd class, it gives you a striking look, and like I said in class, she got to the top of her class because she had the most width, and she wasn't closed up, and she went away from you with some width, she came at you with some width, her back was awesome. That's my draw to her out here right now. All the time the young lady's got to keep her loined out because she wants to just draw up ever so slightly. Nonetheless, one I really, really appreciate and I can get behind 100%. The young lady that wins the 4th class, the longer she's out here and she settles in, I really like this one. And right here, she'll give you a really good look, and it starts at the ground for her. She's got big feet. Her wheels move awesome, and like she gets out here and she goes, and obviously she doesn't have a problem doing that. She gets a little crusty for me. She gets a little mature in her head. I don't think it's enough to be concerned about. I heard Ferris say earlier, maybe if we took the mediums and just drug all that hair off of her, it might change her a bunch. And the same goes for this one. I think there's quite a bit of hair on there that we could get rid of, and it probably changes her drastically. But for me, I think she's the logical place to go in this breed. I think she's an easy breed champion, and I think the young lady's Baldy out of Class 3 is going to be your reserve.
Let's give these Simmental exhibitors a round of applause for bringing what's probably been the most competitive division all day. So, haven't quite exactly figured out what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk about the two here in the middle first, because really, for me, it becomes a gunfight between the ones on either end, and I'd like to kind of describe them comparatively back and forth and talk them together. But I think the quality in classes 2 and 3 deserve to be addressed. So heifer that comes out of 2, she's stout, she's bold-bodied, she's really impressive when you get in behind her. I like her rib shape, I like her power. She have just that crazy extras that some of these other ones out here know, but that's a dang practical animal that I'd be happy to have in production. Heifer that comes out of the 3rd class, we like how bold-bodied she is. She's good structured. She's high-necked. She's got some power. She uses her wheels well. I think relative to the ones out of class 1 and 4, does she have just those extra pizzazz and pieces? Is she as good in her center body and flank as some of these other ones out here? I think the answer is no, but that's not to take away from one that is certainly high quality and certainly one that we should be proud to have out here in contention. We'll just kind of keep moving right to left, and we're going to talk about this big beefy one that won our last class. And when the young lady gets her set up like this, you really like her. We talked about how immaculate her presentation is. She's so big-bodied. I think she has an ample amount of power. I wouldn't call her overly stout, but she is high-necked. She's good-looking, incredibly good structured. I like her foot size, and I think that's where I like parts of this one better than the one that wins one, is I like her foot size a little better. I like her depth of heel. I think she's pulled apart better in her chest than the one that wins class 1. But with that and with some of that extra punch, and I think with a little extra bark on her, I mean, I know there's I'm not a rocket scientist, like I've said, and you guys have probably figured that out already by listening to me all day. But I think there's a pretty decent spread in age between these two. So with that age comes a little bit more condition. And with that condition, we got just a little bit more chest there and a little bit more throat. She still ties it out high. She still balances up good. But I think that's where the one out of class 1 excels if we're going to compare them back to each other. I know she's younger. I know she's greener. But for one that's green, I really like how stout she is for her size and her age. She's so good chested. She's so good throated. She too, just like these other ones, ties her neck really high. When you set this one in motion, it's balanced, right? She just kind of floats and glides across the ring. Her head comes out high, and she moves around. Now, like we said, does she have just the massive paw size that the one out of the fourth class has? No, she doesn't. Is she small-footed by any means? Not that I can tell. You know, we got some sand out here, but from what I can tell, no. She's a little bit narrower chested, but she's still got some rib shape up high. She's still got some power. You know, I think this is really close, and they're really two high-quality animals. I'm going to take one more peek at them. I'm going to go pick your champion reserve, and we'll keep on moving. But let's give these exhibitors a great round of applause, as well as the people that are behind these cattle. It took a lot of work to get them looking like this.
And your champion Simmental heifer in the black ring is going to come out of the first class of the Simmentals, Braxton Doncheski. And your reserve is going to come out of class 29. That is Jamie Halligan from New York. We are now ready to start into our foundation Simmentals. We have one entry in class 30.
As we get started on our commercial heifer show here, there's a trio of heifers, and I think they kind of sort themselves out pretty easily, in my opinion. And we saw this young lady yesterday in the market heifer show her heifer, and she's back today. And honestly, I think she fits better in this show than maybe she did yesterday in the market heifers. But there's so much to like about this one. And again, like most of them, it starts at the ground, and her feet and her legs are awesome, and just all of her proportions match together so well. And she's elegant about her front end, and she's just fun to look at. I think that's the best word that you can use to describe her. She's just fun. Like when you get to look at them like that, it's enjoyable. We move back here into second place, and then one could say, well, so is this one, and I wouldn't disagree, because this look right here, it's also fun to look at. To me, she just comes in a few more pieces. She wants to just get a little opening in the inner shoulder, and she wants to just kind of not flow as appropriately, you know, out of the backside of her shoulder. She wants to run downhill ever so slightly, but nonetheless, one that is extremely elevated in her front end, gets about the ring and moves with absolute grace, and she's awesome centered. A really nice heifer that young lady's brought us as well. It'd be interesting to see her all clipped, maybe like the one that wins the class, but nonetheless two really nice heifers. Not to take anything away from the young lady's blue roan here that we're going to round out the class with. She just gets a little more awkward in her movement around the ring. She wants to get a little more rigid in her posturing, and the way she doesn't want to reach out of her front end. But nonetheless, the look of her right here is extremely nice. She's long-fronted. She's long-sided. A nice heifer that young lady's brought to us today.
High quality single entry over here in the black ring. Bold body, deep bodied heifer, and for how soft she is and how deep she is in her center body, she's still good chested. She's really good through her throat and high necked, a long hip and laid back good in her shoulder. Can definitely use some more competition. We'll see her back out here soon.
interesting pair of commercial heifers we have. We're going to go ahead and leave them stand as they came in. We're going to use the young man's black and white one to win, and the young lady's gray one to be second. And there's give and take to them, and there's things about both of them I'd like to change. But the young man's black and white heifer, I think she just gets about the ring and moves a little more freely than the young lady's gray one does. And I'd like to pick her up in her pen or in her pins, and I'd like to, lengthen her step out as she goes. But she reaches out of her front end better. She's a little more comfortable in her hawk, and she's a little more comfortable probably in her pasture than the gray one that we're going to eventually use in second. The gray one, she's stout. There's a lot to like about her, and she should make a tremendous cow when she's turned out with the herd one day. But to me, she just wants to get a little rock forward in her knee, and she wants to paddle off of her front end ever so slightly. And then her hawk, she just wants to drive it when she goes. This look of her right here is really nice. An excellent project for that young lady. Just to me, I prefer the structure over the black and white one rather than this gray one.
Red ring, first place going to Cushing from Greeley. Second is Brooke Hansen out of Laurel. The Class 36 are commercial heifers. Mark Bourne coming in the ring next. Final call for Class 37 to the red makeup area, please.
Ain't very nice, is he? Logical place to start on the black ring side. Pretty sporty little calf right here. Good structured young lady. Is doing a nice job getting her stuck, even though the heifer's wanting to give us a little bit of trouble. Bold bodied. Yep, tell her that's what's up. Tell her, let her know. Let her know who's boss. Good chested, bold bodied, soft. And I think she's a structure advantage over the other two in this class. Now, the next pair of them, you want to lead her out, and we can talk about these other. Nice job. The other two, I think, both need to be redesigned just a little bit in their rear skeleton. The one we're going to use here in second, I think, and these cattle are very similar. She just does it in just a little bit smoother and tidier package. I think power's comparable between the two. I think hind wheel structure's comparable between the two. Looks kind of a little bit advantage here to the 1 and 2, but I think she's smoother and just longer everywhere in terms of her muscle pattern, smoother in her shoulder, a little tidier about her head and neck. This one here that we're going to finish the class with, I love her performance. She's deeper body than the one in front of her, and I think maybe she's longer neck, but she's a little plainer there in her throat and her chest. Just wants to get a little PC there in her hip, but a dang nice heifer who has a great body shape and unbelievable performance. Let's give these kids a round of applause. on the black ring side. We're going to leave this stock how they come in. We can wheel them around. We can talk them on the way out, but they came in the way that I like them. And I think the top end is really good here. We got one here that I think excels the class in terms of structure, and if anything, definitely the one right in behind her. She's deep body, she's good looking. The crew's got her absolutely just smoked in. Really attractive heifer. Now, is the one that we're going to have in 2, do I prefer her amount of power over the one that wins the class? Absolutely. This thing is incredibly stout when you get in over the top of her. I mean, she's got like a fat steer back and a fat steer hip in her. I think that comes at the expense of a little bit of flexibility. She just wants to get a little more rigid in her hock, a little shorter and rounder out of her hip. But man, that's a really nice heifer to be second. She too is absolutely dialed in. Kudos to the crew in the back. Old Blaze that comes in here in 3, super practical in terms of her skeleton. Definitely misspoke earlier. This one's the most flexible out of the group. She reaches off both ends of her skeleton really well. She's high necked. I think she's given up a little bit of condition, which ain't her fault, but she's also just a little plainer about her chest and a little plainer about her head relative to those ones in front of her. But a dang sure a nice animal that I'd be happy to take back with me to California. A pair of them here in the bottom end of the class that certainly have some things we like about them. This solid black one here is bold-bodied. She's deep-bodied. She's up-headed when she comes around the ring. Just needs some of those extras those ones have in front of her to move up any higher. But she's a structural improvement over the one here. We round out the class specifically there in her hind leg. This one, too, is really attractive up front. She's high neck. She struts around the ring really good. She's bold in her upper rib shape, too. Like we said, maybe just make her a little more flexible out of her rear wheel, but certainly a nice heifer with things that we like. good pair of stock over here in the black ring, and we're going to use this heifer here. And I keep talking about presentation and giving the props to the folks in the back. I don't want to feel like I'm giving out participation trophies or nothing, but there's been a lot of really highly presented stock come through today, and the folks in the back got this one absolutely knifed in, and I love that. But beyond that, this heifer, I think both of them are very sound structure, and I actually love the wheels on this one here in second. Her foot size, her bone size, the way she reaches off both ends of her skeleton is absolutely amazing. But I don't know that she does that significantly better than the one that's in first, and we're talking strictly in terms of flexibility and reach. And I think the one here in first does that same flexibility and reach with more power, more body shape, bolder, and she's definitely cleaner up through her throat. She's fresher on the top side of her neck. I love how feminine she is about her head. Now, where I want to change this one, and I prefer the one here in second, is I'd like to stouten her foot up a little bit. I'd like to see her back foot strike the ground just a little bit square, but that's a dang nice heifer, and boy, she's fun to look at when we get her set up right here. And they're both good, but this one's fun to look at, and she's stout, and she's bold, and she can scoot around the ring. That's why she wins for me. Like I said, this one here in two, boy, we like to watch her circle. Big paws, big fat sound legs. She's deep bodied. Even though she's a little plainer about her jaw, a little plainer into the base of her neck, she still ties her neck high on the top side of her shoulder. We do just that. If we could just beef her up just a little bit, I think she can get this one in front of her, just mass her up just a touch. But two very nice heifers. I like them both. If you want to flip-flop them a little bit each way, I wouldn't argue with you.
We're going to start this class off with the young lady in the black shirt, and this young lady's brought good stuff from, I think, about the second class of the day until now, and it's impressive. Like, they've looked good, they've been shown right, they've been clipped right, they've been fit right, they're in the right condition, and they're fun to look at. And this is just another one that adds to her arsenal. We'll talk about her more in a little bit. And I think the decision for me comes between 2 and 3, and there's a lot to be talked about, I think. And honestly, I just gonna say that I sort this and I choose this on structural integrity, and I think this one is looser in her spine. I think she drives her. I think she pushes her hock better. I think she reaches out of her front end better, and I think you can see that in the way she carries her head and the way she will lift her head up out the top side of her shoulder when she goes. This one right here is a name ring. She's fun to look at. This look of her right here is really, really fun. She struggles to go out of her front end. She wants to duck her hip when she walks. She wants to pull up in the middle part of her back. A really nice heifer. Just needs to relax. Maybe it's just the show today, but nonetheless, that's how I see him today, and it's just my personal opinion. Good heifer with a lot of future. The young man that's going to finish us out here with the black brockle face, awesome structured, long-necked, attractive, just doesn't have the pounds or the maturity that maybe the 3 in front of her have, but nonetheless, a really nice project for him that should feed and do excellent.
Over here in the black ring, heck of a lineup of cattle. And it's been like this all day. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but it's been fun to sort through these things. It's always fun to look at high-quality stuff. These two cattle here out of the first two classes I think are similar in some ways, that they're both good looking, they're both sound structured, they both have some body shape and power. I like the way they use their hind leg. You know, do they have all the extras and the ESTs or whatever to go ahead and knock off these two out of class 3 and 4 today? For me, probably not. But that doesn't mean that they're not good cattle in their own right. That doesn't mean that they don't have an extremely bright future and can't get some of these cattle at a future point in time. But today just isn't their day. But man, I do like them, especially when we get them set up like this right here on the profile. To me, the decision comes down between these two here out of class 3 and 4, like we just said. I think they're very similar in their type and kind. They're actually more similar than I thought they were going to be when I come out here. And I think there's subtle differences other than the obvious that one weighs a good slug more than the other one. I think the one here out of the third class, you know, maybe we'd like to make her foot just a little bit bigger, but she's a bull-bodied one. She moves pretty good. Maybe correct the shape of her foot just a little bit. And then if we're going to get nitpicky, relative to the one right in behind her, can we tuck her tail head down? It looks good when she's standing, but when she gets motoring a little bit, tail head wants to get. If we're calling these similar in terms of structural integrity and flexibility, does she bring as much power and punch as the one right in behind her? I'd say while she is acceptable in terms of her muscle, she's not quite as punchy as the one behind her, but still a very, very good heifer. You know, this one here, the more she's out here, I can be honest with you, the more I like her. I thought I was a little closer in that last class, and, you know, I can admit when I'm wrong. I think this one gets better and better the more that she's out here in this drive. I like her quite a bit. I think she does all the things that we're trying to do in terms of making them sound, making them bold, making them stout. Like we said, could we make her feet just a little bit bigger? Can we make her iron a little bit bigger too? Sure, but I think that's a very nice heifer. She's going to be your champion, and the young man here in the lid's going to be your reserve.
We get to our final class of commercial heifers here, and there's two of them, and I don't know if we've seen two that were as polar opposite of these all day, and so we'll just talk about them here. And the young lady that starts us off here, like her black heifer, a little stubborn leading around the ring, but I do think she has a nice silhouette, and you get this look at her right here, and she looks like a breeding heifer. Her foot and her bone, everything flows together, the way she uses her hock and gets out of her front end. She looks like one, what I would say one's supposed to. I'd love to see her pick her head up out of her shoulders. I'd love to see her drop her back down and pull her pins up. But the same can be said about the black and white one that's directly behind her. She needs to be elevated into her pins as well. And if memory holds me correct, they showed her yesterday as a market heifer. And in this comparison of these two heifers, that's probably more along the lines of what she looks like to me. She wants to get they both want to get just a little low tying out of the front side, out of the top of their neck into their shoulder. They don't want to really just pick up and elevate. So for me, I think there's a lot of give and take, and you can go either way. I don't necessarily love the underline to either one of them, but I do think that the black one looks more like a female. So we're going to use the young lady's black heifer for first. We're going to use the black and white one for second, but nonetheless, two nice commercial heifers to round out the day here.
We taped it up, but we're good now.
Good. Ready to roll.
As we get to our end of our commercial show here and we're getting ready to wrap up our day, I think we've got 4 really nice class winners out here, and we'll go back through them ever so quickly and talk about it and try to keep things moving along. But the young lady's brockle face that she brings to us out of Class 1 is just, she's so unique, and there's so much to like about her. And as we've said a couple of times today, it just starts at the ground for her, and she just moves so effortlessly here around the ring. And I guess when I think of commercial heifers, that's she's what I think of in terms of look, and a little extra bone and a little extra hair and a little extra just punch. There's so much to like about her. The young man's black white face heifer that comes out of the second class, is we said in class she won just on her structural integrity, and I felt like she moved a little better than the one that was in second. I don't necessarily know that she's in contention out here today, but nonetheless a really, really nice heifer. Get down to the third class, and the young lady in the black and her brockle face heifer that she brings here, and I'm drawn to this one. She's striking, she's enamoring. She has a lot of look about her that you have to enjoy. When she's out here, she wants to get just a little sharp hawked, and I've got up closer and I've tried to really look at it, and I think if we took some of the hair off the back of her hawk and clipped it into her, I don't think she's maybe as coarse and as sharp as we want to believe. But this look of her right here is really, really good, and she's fun to look at. I dig that one quite a good deal. And the young lady that wins the fourth class with the solid black heifer that doesn't necessarily want to lead the best. As we talk, she's well built. She's hard to put a major hole in. Other than we'd like to jack her up in her pins and just elevate her hip and bring it all together a little more correct. But as she's settling in out here, she gives you a much better look than she did in class. So I think, in my opinion, it comes down to the young lady out of the first class, the young lady out of the third class. 2 very, very, very nice ones. And we'll set this mic down and go pick you a champion in reserve, and we'll get ready for the grand drive.
Great spot to start the commercial show over here in the black ring. Extremely high quality animal. Wins this class for fun. She's fun to look at, fun to watch. Prance around the ring. We can talk about her more out here later with some other stock. Like the heifer here in two, deep bodied. I think she probably excels her class winner in that spot. Really deep bodied, really clean chested, high clean necked out of the top side of her skeleton. She moves around with some relative flexibility. Does she have all the extras and pieces of that one right in there in front of her? No, she doesn't, which puts her in second. That's a very good animal in her own right that I think will continue to get better. Kind of blue-colored one here that's going to come third. She's bold ribbed, she's stout, she's pretty clean-chested as well. Relative to the ones in front of her, could she use her hind leg a little bit better? I think so, but still a good animal that should be a great cow and a great project for this young lady. Challenging pair here over here in the black ring sort. I think both these cattle need to be redesigned just a little bit in the way they use their hind leg. But within that, if you kind of throw that out the window, to me this is the animal that I prefer everywhere else. She's bolder, well, not everywhere else. I do have one comment here, but she's bull-bodied, she's deep-sided. I think she's stouter than the one in behind her, and it just seems like she comes together a little bit better when we come here at the stand. Even at the move, she's a little better in her top line, good-chested. Now, I would like to set her back further in her knee and her shoulder. I think she's just a nickel straight-fronted, and I think that's where the one here in second can get around her. She's laid back better in her shoulder. She's set back further in her knee. In her own right, this is a bull-bodied heifer, has some depth. She wants to get a little lower pin, a little plainer about her head, but it's a dang good heifer, and if you want to switch these two, I will not argue with you. little bit of variation in type and kind out here, but definitely all high quality. In this second-class commercial heifers, the Bronco face heifer, extremely feminine, very smooth, blends really well from all these different parts, shoulder to forerib to regular rib and back. Really elegant up through her front end, clean-chested, long-necked. Does she have the foot and bone? Some of these ones right in here behind her. No, she does not. Maybe wants to get just a tick straight in her knee, and I think, we're getting nitpicky there, but one I think is a pretty logical place to start, and she's definitely fun to look at when we look at her right here. Now, red and white here, this one's intriguing to me, and I don't know if it's because I've been shopping for one that's this color to make show steers with, because, red's so hot right now, I guess, or if we've been breeding the red bulls, and I'm like, man, this one's pretty intriguing to me. Now, is she as flat and smooth and elegant as that one that just wins the class? No, she does not. Does she turn out a little bit in her front end? Yes, she does. But, man, for how much power and punch she has, she holds everything together really well. She's really loose spine. She's impressive when you get in behind her. I think she's better in her class winner in terms of foot size and bone. And even with all that stoutness, still lays her shoulder in flat, high-necked, pretty good chested, good throated. Tell someone around ringside what she is, because I'm actually pretty curious. So we'll find out later, but keep it a secret till the end of the show. But that one's got me intrigued. Here we got this black one that I just love so many pieces about. Big-footed, big bone. I love her skull shape. I like how stout-jawed she is, how powerful she is in her head and her muzzle. She's big and stout when you get over her back, and she's impressive when you get in behind her. I just need to relax this one in all of her angles. Just give her a little more reach out of her rear skeleton, a little more reach up front. But there's so much good to that heifer, it really pains me to put her down here in third. Long-necked, feminine, attractive one that comes next. And I think maybe she improves the one right in front of her in terms of reach out of the front or rear end of her skeleton just ever so slightly. Just like to beef this one up, give her a little bit more power, a little bit more chunk. But certainly one here in 60 to 90 days in a feed bucket, I think we'll like quite a bit more. Cattle with some trade-offs in type and kind here for sure. We're going to use the young man's heifer here to the right. And, this one's maybe borderline market heifer in my opinion, but certainly good in her own right. And the reason why she wins for me is she's a stout one that can motor around the ring. She's bold, she's powerful, she's got a nice hind leg. Now she got a little bit of an overbite, and I think the one here in second is maybe better there, and she's a little softer in her center body. And this one here that's going to be in second, she's long, smooth muscle, and we like that. Just like to lengthen her hip out a little bit, lift her pins a little bit, and just power her up. But man, I like how smooth she is. I like how long neck she is, and I just really like her head shape and jaw construction. Well, as we complete the last division of the day, it continues to have tough decisions out here, you know, and it's been maybe not a crazy amount of numbers in each one of these divisions, but there's definitely been quality in every division, and there's been hard challenges and hard choices that you've at least forced me to make, and I know Isaiah had to make a lot of the similar ones, and it's not easy, and there's high quality, and everyone's out here working and doing a good job, and I love to see that. There's a couple calves out here that, to me, are in contention. It's the ones out of Class 1 and 3. It's nothing to take away from how the stout Smokey in 2. She's powerful. She's big-bodied. She's impressive when you get behind her, and a lot can be said about this one out of 4. She's too stout. She's got a great hind leg on her. But when these two heifers out of Class 1 and 3 just kind of amp up the quality just a little bit. I'll tell you what I see in them, and then we'll go out here and make a decision. Old Brockle here that wins the first class. I think she was a single entry. Love her angles. Her angles to her shoulder, where her knee sits, the way she's in her hind leg, all that is great. I would be completely remiss if I didn't make the presentation comment I made on a few of these today. We got her absolutely knifed in, and I appreciate that. Young lady's doing a killer job showing her, and just right here, this look from the side is fun to watch when she motors around the ring. She's fun to watch. Now, if you're going to compare her back to this one out of Class 3, the question that you might have is, is she as big a bellied? Is she big enough bellied? The way I guess I answer that is no, she's not as big bellied as the one out of Class 3, but I think she has enough. It's a little different kind of shape. It's a little more, I don't want to say tubular because it's not that way because it's soft, but it's a real round rib, and I appreciate that. It's not real deep and soft like some of these breeding heifers, but it's round. She's got shape, and I think there's adequate balance. And I'm doing a pretty terrible job of explaining something that I don't mind. I think it's good, but that's a very, very nice heifer. Okay, the one out of 3. We get on this look right here. We really like this heifer. We talked about belly a little bit ago on this one out of the first class. This one sweep from her forerib back to her flank is super, super awesome. She's long and smooth muscled. Her neck is so high out of the top side of her shoulder. When we get her head turned right there where she does that and looks forward, we really like the way she looks. Gets her ears forward, and you just want to take a picture of that. That's what we draw. Foot and bone, I think, is good. I really like the way she uses her hind leg. Like we said earlier, I'd like to set her back in her knee a little bit. I think she could reach a little bit further out of her front end relative to the one that wins the first class, and she just wants to be just a little straighter. It's not bad, but we're nitpicking here because, unfortunately, that's my job. So I'm going to take one more peek at him. I'll pick your champion reserve. Let's give him a round of applause.
as we wrap up at the end here of 2 days, I think it would be mistaken if we didn't take a minute and thank everybody around here that helps put this show on. And personally, Greg's the one that reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to come out here and judge this show, and I thank you to him for the opportunity and his whole crew and that helps put this on. And I'm not going to try to name everybody because I honestly don't know everybody. But if we could, let's everybody give those guys a round of applause, because this is a well-run event, and we go to a lot of shows throughout the year, and they're maybe not quite so smooth. So I know it takes a lot of work and a lot of effort for them to do this. As we said at dinner last night, we talked about the first year they had this, and my family actually came out here from Indiana to that show this year, and they said there was 400 head, and they weren't sure exactly how they were going to make it all happen, but they do an excellent job. And yesterday, as we went through the steer show, the quality was really good, and we said at dinner last night and talked about if the heifer show could be as good. And I don't want to be that guy that says that, oh, well, they're better just because I'm standing out here, but yesterday at the end of the steer show, I had a pretty solid idea what I was going to do, and honestly, when we came into this grand drive, I really didn't know. But I think there's 4 of them out here that are very, very, very nice, and they all come to the top of, in my opinion, pretty handily. So I'm not one that's going to drag this out and try to tell you a bunch of stuff because I don't know what I would say. But I have enjoyed this. I hope you guys have been able to follow me in what I've said and how I've explained them. I'm not going to come back to this microphone, but we're going to pick 10 of them. And thank you for the opportunity to have me. And let's give all these kids a big round of applause for bringing some really nice ones.
Well, folks, first I want to say thank you to the crew here at the Cardinal Classic for having me back a second year. Want to say thanks to my wife who's at home taking care of her baby and holding the fort down. I think she's watching the live stream. She was chirping me earlier, telling me I was talking too fast or whatnot, but got me straightened out like she does, so I appreciate that for her. My crew's probably not watching back home, but they're holding things down too, feeding stock and taking care of things, so I'll be sure to tell them thank you when I see them. But the cattle quality out here this weekend's been phenomenal. I thought it was good last year, and I think both yesterday and today the stock it just really blew those ones out of the water, I thought. Like I said yesterday, you know, those of you who are out here in this ring, those of you who maybe didn't make it out here, maybe you're standing ringside, thank those who helped you get here. This isn't easy. Even doing a bad job in this project is hard work. But to do a good job, to have the cattle, the quality that's out here, takes a lot of people. None of us do it alone. There's a lot of supporting cast. There's a lot of money that goes into this, a lot of time, a lot of work. So those people that have helped you along the way, please say thank you. And I would bet you to say that just saying thank you will be enough for a lot of them, and it means a lot to them. So whether it's your folks, neighbors, parents, grandparents, whatever, to let them know you appreciate it, because this is hard work. With that said, I'll go out here and pick you a top 10. Again, quality was phenomenal. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Thanks for having me.